Chapter 1698. It's suppressing the meatball, trying to pull it into another world. Is this the legendary immortal bell? The 13 demons stared with wide eyes. Why had they come back then? Today they finally saw it. While they were sighing, they were also horrified. That meatball was too terrifying. It could devour Emperor Dao experts. What was this thing? The forbidden land of death was filled with dense Xianxia. The life force inside was very strange, but it was also extremely powerful. This meatball was able to transform to such an extreme, so it definitely had a great origin. It's only the Wuxia bell. Yi Fan shook his head. He naturally recognized it as he had seen it with his own eyes. However, he didn't expect to see it here again. How could the treasure that suppressed the path of immortality appear here? What? Great Emperor Wuxia's weapon? Regardless of the era, demons, ghosts, and immortals all had to revere this peerless expert who surpassed the heavenly deity realm. No matter how powerful you were, it was difficult to be arrogant before this man. You had to look up to him. His years of dominating the world was a glorious legend that couldn't be replicated. How could this be? This meatball devoured the ancient emperor's flesh. Is it undergoing a transformation? Why is it being suppressed by great Emperor Wuxia's weapon? The 13 demons' voices were all unnatural. They knew that they had encountered a great calamity. If not for great Emperor Wuxia's bell of primal chaos, they might be in danger. This was the guess of the dragon sparrow, Xianxia, and the others. Yi Fan might be able to escape, but those who weren't from the quasi-emperor realm had no hope at all. They had no power to fight. Because of the previous example, 3 quasi-emperors had already died. How terrifying! For the great sage to say this and feel his body go cold, it was clear just how terrifying the scene before his eyes was. The meatball had a kind of demonic power that could affect people's thoughts. They couldn't help but want to offer up their blood essence for it. That was because some of the 13 demons had already done so. If not for Yi Fan and Shan Huang standing at the side, that person would definitely be in danger. To be honest, even Yi Fan was afraid of this meatball. After observing it for a long time, he led these people back and circled the magnificent palace a few times. On the vast earth, there were endless corpses that stretched as far as the eye could see. Were all of the experts of an era really buried here? Otherwise, how could it be like this? Even the ground was made of blood and broken bones. No wonder this place was called the demonic danger zone. The blood and tears of the past, the tragedy of the past, all gathered together. The 13 great demons discussed softly, speculating about the origin of that meatball. They believed that the most terrifying thing happened here, turning into another underworld. What was different was that the ocean-like corpses here didn't all develop intelligence. They didn't turn into endless soldiers and generals, but only became a single living creature. The 10 great demons speculated that there was only one god in the corpse that transformed on his own. He absorbed the divine power of the other corpses and devoured the remnant Tao foundation of the others, turning into a supreme being. In this world, there is a kind of creature called God. After the original experts died and were buried underground, they gained intelligence. Their corporeal bodies formed reincarnation seals and were reborn. And the God here surpassed the past. Perhaps it could be called the most powerful in history. God attaining Tao. Just thinking about it is terrifying. This kind of bad conjecture and ominous premonition made the 13 great demons tremble. It should be an invincible existence that no one in the present world could restrain. Only, they didn't know why great Emperor Wuxia's bell of chaos flew over to suppress it. Maybe it's not that simple, Shan Huang said softly. Back then, that war was said to have buried an era. The borders of the universe were destroyed and many star regions were destroyed. It was equivalent to the extinction of all the experts in that era. It was known as the War of the Deities. Too many experts were mobilized and ancient emperors participated. Not only were their weapons destroyed, but they also fell. Yi Fan also thought of many things. The black gourd he gifted to the old lunatic, the emperor imprint that Kunlun's descendants obtained, these were all ancient artifacts that were destroyed in the War of the Deities. In history, there had been more than one great war of the heavenly deities. In the end, it was all because of the discord in the life-restricted regions. Otherwise, no matter how powerful an ordinary expert was, they wouldn't be able to produce such terrifying destructive power. The reason was because of the long life disaster. For the sake of survival, for the sake of undying, the most powerful individuals would also fight fiercely. When the confrontation reached a certain degree, it would inevitably erupt. What do you all think? Could it be that there was someone who deliberately incited it, happy to see all living things participate in the war, thus ending an era? Shan Huang asked. This old rooster had experienced far too many things. He had found the cave abode of an ancient immortal and cultivated a peerless divine ability. Naturally, he had also heard of many secrets. When he pieced together many fragmented pieces of old events, he naturally came to a different conclusion. The Great War of the Heavenly Deities was just a legend. Many people didn't believe it, but after today's underground exploration, they all became silent. It was too terrifying. The Emperor Realm experts' corpses in the palace were definitely those that fell in that battle, and in the end, they were devoured by someone. Perhaps that meatball isn't the Yin deity you all speak of, but rather an unmatched supreme being that had existed for a long time. Yi Fan spoke. This speculation made everyone shiver with fear. If it was true, then the war of the deities back then was extremely strange and worth thinking about. Everyone immediately felt a chill run down their backs. It was too terrifying. This is a confrontation in the life-restricted regions, a confrontation between supreme beings. It isn't something we can touch. If everyone's search for the supreme treasure Immortal Bell doesn't work, then we should hurry and withdraw. Which one of the 13 great demons wasn't an expert at the peak? They had experienced too much. Through bits and pieces, they understood how terrifying this place was. There were some things they couldn't touch. They felt that they had come for nothing this time. It would be hard to gain anything from entering the burial ground where Mars had been sealed. It was already very good that they had survived. 3 quasi-emperors had died in front of them, making everyone's hair stand on end. In any case, this time, they had fulfilled one of their wishes to explore this place in the past. Yi Fan was truly a bit unwilling. He had walked here for a long time and understood how terrifying the deity battlefield was, but he still couldn't find the Immortal Bell. This made him frown. When they arrived before the palace again, he couldn't stop staring at the meatball. Seeing this, the others felt their hair stand on end. Shan Huang advised, although we are quasi-emperor, that thing isn't something we can touch. It's better for us to retreat. This involves the secrets of the ancient supreme beings. The others agreed. The thing in the meatball was still sleeping. Once it was angered and awakened, there might be a great disaster. Yi Fan stood there silently and led them away. Feeling a bit unwilling, he chanted an ancient scripture and immersed his mind into it. His entire body emitted a precious radiance. The people at the side were shocked and couldn't help but retreat. A quasi-emperor from 6th heaven released his aura without holding anything back. They couldn't bear it, and their bodies trembled. Shan Huang protected everyone and hid far away. Ding. Suddenly, a long and drawn-out sound of a bell rang out. The earth in the depths of the burial ground split open, and magma surged out. There was a field of runes in the depths of the earth that interweaved into an immortal bell. It flickered with all kinds of talisman lights. An immortal cave and a bell formed from order hangs there. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect things to turn out like this. They didn't find anything when they entered the burial ground, but such a phenomenon happened when they were about to leave. Yi Fan was speechless. He had spent so much effort but couldn't find anything. Now, he could see it like this. If he had known earlier, he would have just stood here and chanted. This is a place where someone cultivated in seclusion. Did you guys feel it? The immortal cave is filled with the same aura as that meatball. It used to cultivate here. The heavenly insect said. They went deeper. This was a cave in the Earth's core magma. There were actually a few pieces of broken skin inside, and there was a suffocating aura. This was left behind by a great emperor. However, the laws have been erased, and the divinity has been completely lost. Or perhaps, that person underwent rebirth and left behind some remnants. Shan Huang said. She couldn't help but tremble. Today, they touched upon a heaven-shocking great secret that might involve the most powerful individuals from the ancient past until now. Raging flames burned. The ancient cave surged with flames, making one feel unbearable heat. Those pieces of skin that lost their divinity already posed no threat to the people of the present world. What a pity, this isn't a true immortal bell, just something condensed from symbols. It had appeared here before, engraving indelible Tao traces. Shan Huang said. Despite this being the case, only Yi Fan and Shan Huang could approach and observe this immortal bell formed from order. Yi Fan stared at it and said, "Someone studied the divine bell here, wishing to find out why." These are the immortal bell Tao traces he drew out. Inconceivable. When these words were spoken, everyone was shaken. Did someone obtain the immortal bell and observe it before? If they wanted to get to the bottom of this, it would be a bit terrifying. What a chaotic ancient era. Even I'm confused now. What happened? She said with a sigh. In the past, there was a great battle between heavenly deities. An ancient emperor appeared, and an emperor weapon was destroyed. Rumor has it that this immortal bell was involved. In the end, no one was the winner, and this place was completely sealed. The great Xia dragon sparrow said. Correct. Later on, an unmatched supreme being came and faced the immortal bell, observing its divine patterns. However, in the end, that immortal bell still flew away. Look, there are traces here. There is a large hole that pierced through the void and tore through the cosmos. Yi Fan deduced. In the depths of the ancient cave, there was a large bell-shaped hole. That was the opening created from the collision. There was a chaotic passage that hadn't closed even now, still appearing. That Emperor Realm expert who had previously studied the immortal bell is still alive, transforming within the flesh sphere. One of the 13 great demons said in a soft voice. Everyone's scalps went numb, their fine hairs all standing on end. Just how powerful was that person? One has to understand that back then, Di Zun had slaughtered his way up the immortal mountain for the sake of the immortal bell. He attacked Kunlun's clan, yet he couldn't obtain this bell. It broke through the void and left. Who was this person? There is another primal chaos cave here with immortal light. The immortal crane among the demons was shocked. It's a node of the immortal path. Yi Fan was shocked. Endless years ago, there was an immortal path here. Too terrifying. Can this person enter the immortal path alive? I wonder if he has the strength to fight his way into immortal domain. The scene before their eyes left everyone shocked. They were stupefied. The mountain phoenix approached, wishing to see what was going on. Even though this place was about to close and there was no way there was a passage into immortal domain, it still attracted his attention. Suddenly, he released a muffled groan and flew out from within. Within the shattered primal chaos cave, there were two people sitting opposite of each other, confronting each other. It was their existence that kept this path that should have closed a long time ago open. Chapter 1699. This made everyone's scalps feel like they were going to explode. Cold air rushed out from the top of their skulls. It was simply inconceivable. Just how powerful were these people? They were actually opposing each other on the path of immortality. How powerful was Shan Huang? This was Quasi-Emperor's third heaven, yet he was sent flying before he even got close. Blood dripped from the corners of his mouth, his face pale. He was seriously injured. He fell onto the ground, his face incomparably pale. His eyes were full of shock. Just the aura alone could injure him. There was someone this powerful in this world? In the past, he was arrogant and unswerving, never believing that someone could look down on Quasi-Emperor like this. Not even ancient supreme beings could do this. However, today he experienced it. Those two didn't move at all. Just when he rashly approached, he was crushed by the terrifying aura to the point where his bones were about to shatter. The path of immortality that should have closed a long time ago didn't completely close because of these two. However, it was only 100 zhang long. They were at the end of the 100 zhang, extremely indistinct. Yi Fan supported Shan Huang up. He circulated divine force, using the person secret to treat him, freeing him from danger. His blood and energy finally flowed smoothly, his great Tao injuries disappearing. The 13 great demons didn't say a word, remaining silent out of fear. They had previously moved unhindered between heaven and earth, looking down on a region. They were all the most powerful creatures in their respective star systems. Otherwise, how could they have dared to set out alone to search for immortal treasures? However, now they deeply felt how insignificant they were. Compared to supreme beings, they couldn't be considered anything at all. Yi Fan had everyone back up. He watched from the cave entrance, holding the green lotus in front of him. He didn't use magical force, only using the heaven's origin eye. Not a true person. When these words were spoken, even though everyone released a breath of relief, the mental blow they received was even greater. Just what kind of person was this? They were ridiculously powerful, already unreal, almost illusory. These were two figures, quietly sitting at the limits of the primal chaos. They were formed from natural laws, both of them deep like the sea, impossible to see through. In the past, there were two people who faced each other here. This is the reappearance of the true scene. They left behind indelible imprints. Even after tens of thousands of years have passed, the Tao laws still haven't scattered. When this inference was made, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Those two could only be described as peerless and matchless. Who were these people? They were existences who had confronted each other on the path of immortal ascension. This was clearly not as simple as achieving immortal ascension. This was an unparalleled battle. Fight their way to the immortal path and fight against the pinnacle of life. Yi Fan retreated and then used a great divine ability like origin tracing. After all, it was a virtual Tao law and not a living person. He felt that he should be able to give it a try without suffering any backlash. However, as soon as it began, this place immediately rumbled with thunder, heaven and earth on the verge of collapse. Imperial Tao laws appeared. Yi Fan used the green lotus to sweep outwards. He quickly retreated and stopped his actions. He sucked in a breath of cold air. Those two were too powerful, and the later generations couldn't even fathom them. He closed his eyes. Even though he failed, he still made some gains during that brief moment, seizing the fragments of time. He carefully analyzed them. Then, his body trembled violently. There were two people who sat here for 2,000 years, confronting each other. This really wasn't just for the sake of immortal ascension. They could actually restrict each other like this. They didn't challenge the path of immortality, but instead fought to see who was stronger and who was weaker. One of them was that meatball. Yi Fan said. Based on this deduction, wouldn't the other person be Wuxia? Heavens, this was too subversive. Were they still carrying out a different type of confrontation? That great bell wanted to pull the meatball into another realm. The two mutually restricted each other, leaving everyone speechless. How long did this battle last? There were people who lived on the path of immortal ascension. This was perhaps the most terrifying battle since ancient times. Yi Fan sighed. He thought back to the words he heard in the past. They were actually proven to be true. More than 300 years ago, the darkness chaos erupted. At that time, the Wuxia bell and the stone scripture both foretold that great Emperor Wuxia suppressed the path of immortal ascension in his later years, powerless to care about anything else. Who would have thought that this was actually true? The darkness chaos, such a terrifying disaster, such a great world that left people in despair, yet great Emperor Wuxia didn't have many tricks up his sleeves. Even his primal chaos bell flew away, not participating in the battle, suppressing the path of immortality. Back then, there were many people who felt regret, but now, everything was clear. Great Emperor Wuxia wasn't only suppressing the path of immortal ascension, he was also suppressing a person, the most powerful person in history. Time was like a blade cutting down heavenly geniuses. It was unknown whether the unmatched great emperor of the past was still alive or not. Now, there was only a great bell suppressing that meatball in his place. It made one sigh bitterly. There were two void figures in the primal chaos passageway. One was Wuxia, and the other was the meatball's true body from tens of thousands of years ago. One person was no longer here, and the other had undergone nirvana. Was this real? Great Emperor Wuxia, one of the most powerful people in history. Is the person here really him? The 13 great fiendish demons were all trembling with excitement. Even though they were of different races and came from different galaxies, they were still in awe of the supreme expert who had swept through the 9 heavens and 10 earths when he was alive. He is the only one. He had previously established a glory that cannot be replicated. Who is the peak at the end of the path of immortality? Seeing Wu Shi's Tao vanish into thin air, this is the best interpretation of that great emperor from back then. Even Shan Huang was moved. She felt sincere admiration towards that ancient supreme being whom she couldn't possibly meet, but she respected in her heart. Even after reaching the realm of quasi-emperor, she still looked up to that person. Yi Fan sighed. He didn't know what happened to great Emperor Wu Shi in the end. To make such a powerful person say that he was powerless to care about anything else, one could imagine how difficult it was back then. One had to understand that he had entered his later years, yet he still sat here for 2,000 years. What kind of legend was this? He forcefully endured for 2,000 years. That opponent was clearly proficient in transformation and undying type methods, long defying the heavens. This was extremely unfavorable for Wu Shi in his later years. Reality also proved that that person survived. He was reborn in that meatball, not dying. Time was like a blade, cutting down too much. It left one feeling helpless. Yi Fan truly hoped that Wu Shi could survive as well. Only, now that the primal chaos bell was fighting in his place, it was easy for others to develop a bad premonition. Don't touch those two. Back then, they were evenly matched, both of them using the most powerful laws and order. The imprints they left behind are in a type of equilibrium state. Once it is broken, this place will definitely collapse, all things will be wiped out. Yi Fan said. In the end, he stared at that immortal bell. Even though it was only forged from divine chains of order and wasn't the true body, it still contained the mysteries of heaven and earth. Apart from him and Shan Huang, the others could only watch from afar. They had no way of approaching it at all. Even Yi Fan was cautious. He opened his mouth and spat out the all-life energy cauldron. It quickly enlarged, and then it slowly collected those imprints of order and laws. A cauldron like this? Everyone was shocked, sighing inwardly. Yi Fan was heaven-defying after all, actually condensing all life source energy into a cauldron. This was the dream of many since ancient times, yet they couldn't achieve it. It is the best medium. Perhaps it can bear these laws and order. This was carved by an Emperor Path expert, its divine might boundless. Shan Huang nodded. This type of divine bell constructed from symbols and divine chains, the profound mysteries of the Tao patterns might even surpass Emperor weapons. It was because these were the patterns inside the supreme treasure immortal bell that even venerable emperors wanted to obtain. Forget about bystanders, even Emperor Path experts would want to carve this type of thing. As long as they could understand it, there would be endless benefits. It's been restricted. Yi Fan was shocked. This outline symbol contained the power of the only secret technique he had learned from the Wu Shi scripture. That supreme law was named Wu Shi. This great bell was originally going to explode, clearly aiming to suppress and kill Wu Shi. However, it was beaten back to its original point and stopped here. Shan Huang also felt it and her scalp went numb. This was a great killing weapon that could explode at any time. If one was not careful, a galaxy would be completely destroyed. This should be equivalent to the power of an Emperor weapon's explosion. Back then, it was a killing technique that was used to deal with great Emperor Wu Shi. Yi Fan nodded and said, seems like that person was also forced to a certain extent. Otherwise, how could he destroy the immortal bell symbol that he painstakingly carved? It's just that the person confronting him was too powerful, and he couldn't break free. This was a heaven-defying killing weapon that could destroy all life and star rivers. This was the first time Yi Fan was so nervous and serious. If one mistake was made, not only them, even the solar system and the vast star fields around it would be annihilated. Fortunately, that unparalleled secret technique, Wu Shi, transcended the scope of mortal power and sealed these immortal Tao symbols back to their original point. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't explode. The myriad chi cauldron successfully absorbed it, and the patterns sunk into the cauldron's walls. Yi Fan absorbed it into his body. He understood that Wu Shi's secret technique, but if he wanted to cultivate it to this level and freeze these symbols, he still had a long way to go. He needed the cultivation of Emperor Dao. This was his greatest harvest this time. He had taken away a great killing weapon. As for its power, no one could say for sure, but it probably wouldn't disappoint. They arrived in front of that grand hall again. The meatball and Wu Shi bell faced each other. Neither could advance nor retreat, and they were stuck in the void gate. Is there any way to beat this meatball into another realm? Now, it seems that Wu Shi bell wants to drag it in to have an advantageous battle. I should think of a way to help. Yi Fan muttered to himself. Don't be reckless. The 13 great demons were shocked. This was an existence that could fight against great Emperor Wu Shi. They had confronted each other on the path of immortality for many years. If they went up, they would definitely be sending themselves to death. It is in nirvana and is in its weakest state. This is the best chance. Yi Fan's palm flashed, and the myriad chi cauldron appeared. He really wanted to smash it, but he was worried that Wu Shi's secret technique hadn't been unlocked yet. If he couldn't trigger the killing intent, he would instead wake up the meatball in nirvana. If that happened, he would only die in vain. Is there any way? Yi Fan held the Chaos Green Lotus in his other hand and couldn't help but ask. He waved it lightly. He really wanted to try using this weapon to send the meatball into the other realm. Suddenly, the Chaos Green Lotus swayed, and specks of light sprinkled down. They formed mysterious symbols in the void, and indecipherable words were imprinted on it. What? Yi Fan's eyes widened in shock. This was the first time the Green Lotus had such a strange phenomenon. What was going on? Were the items related to the great emperor of ancient times all alive? First, he saw the Wu Shi bell, and now he saw the Chaos Green Lotus. Such terrifying changes happened in a day. Those symbols were dark green and glistening. They were filled with primal chaos chi, and they were dazzling. Then, they flowed into the outside world and disappeared into the starry sky. On an ancient planet, there was a vast ocean. There were green lotuses everywhere, connecting the sky and earth. The entire ocean was green, and in the center, there was a special chaos green lotus that towered into the clouds. There was a scarlet-red heart in the middle of the lotus. And on one of the leaves of the chaos green lotus, there was a woman sitting cross-legged. At this moment, she opened her eyes in shock. She saw many flickering symbols imprinted in the void. The chaos green lotus in the sea suddenly swayed, and then rumbled. Its roots were pulled out from the sea, and then it directly tore open the void and disappeared. This was the original body of the Green Emperor. After he transformed into a human, he refined it into an emperor weapon. In the Red Demon burial ground, in front of a grand palace, the void broke open, and a huge green lotus appeared. Yi Fan was instantly shocked. It came so suddenly. Chapter 1700. Corpses piled up like a sea in the burial ground. The majestic palace stood alone, exuding a dignified aura. A meatball was in a deadlock with the Wu Shi bell, about to be pulled into another realm. The sudden appearance of the primal chaos green lotus exceeded everyone's expectations. Strings of symbols flickered like immortal ribbons, sparkling and translucent. After descending, the strange aura in this place faded. Apart from Yi Fan and the Mountain Phoenix, everyone else retreated. They couldn't bear the pressure and knelt on the ground while trembling with fear. Even the Mountain Phoenix couldn't bear it. In the end, her entire body trembled as she retreated step by step. The primal chaos divine lotus released an extreme pressure and revived on its own. The lotus in Yi Fan's hand reacted and released a brilliant rain of light. It broke free from his hand and flew out, becoming one with the giant green lotus. It became an imprint, engraving itself on the mother plant. It was glistening green. Everything happened too suddenly. No one could react in time. Without the protection of the green lotus, Yi Fan immediately felt a suffocating pressure as if a mountain was pressing down on his head. It was as if a great emperor was standing there overlooking him. With a wung sound, the myriad energy cauldron in his body flew out from between his brows and floated above his head. The inside of the cauldron was boundless and surging with primal chaos. Then, Tens of thousands of waterfall-like streams of source energy flowed out. The pressure immediately disappeared. Yi Fan's forehead shone as he activated his magical power. The cauldron above his head enlarged and formed a domain, pulling the mountain phoenix and the other great demons inside to protect them. What is that? The others didn't understand. They had been suppressed for more than 2,000 years and didn't know much about the outside world. Azure Emperor's weapon. Yi Fan said. What? It's him? I know. They weren't that far from 10,000 years ago. Some of their masters had even gone to pay respects to the demonic emperor during his final years. This naturally shocked them. The true demonic emperor was so powerful back then. He broke the curse that no one could achieve the Tao after the primordial era. He ruled over the 9 heavens and rewrote a legend, shaking the past, present, and future. We pay our respects to Azure Emperor. Many of these people were great fiends. They admired the Azure the Arch from the bottom of their hearts. They knelt in the air and bowed seriously. When they calmed down, they were also shocked at the mysteriousness of Yi Fan's cauldron. To be able to cut off the pressure of an ancient great emperor's weapon, it was just too terrifying, exceeding normal reasoning. Yi Fan understood. The reason it could be like this was because the cauldron itself was extraordinary, and the second was because the immortal bell's natural law symbols were carved and drawn out. Right now, they were inside the cauldron, so its power was naturally boundless. The huge, chaotic green lotus shrunk to the height of a human before disappearing into the hall in a flash. It swept toward the meatball and unleashed boundless azure light. Seeing this, Yi Fan was shocked. He led everyone to retreat at top speed, far away from the battlefield, to a place where the magnificent palace could not reach. Obviously, this was not enough. In the next moment, Yi Fan tore open the vacuum and crossed over. He broke through this world and arrived in the vast starry domain, leaving the mausoleum of worlds. Mars looked like a planet, but it actually sealed a realm. At this moment, boundless fluctuations erupted from within. Yi Fan stood in the sky and looked down. He revealed a worried expression as he glanced at the blue star not far away. At this moment, he raised his hand and plucked a star from the starry sky to refine it in place of Mars. Then he rolled up his sleeves and put away Mars. Mountain Phoenix, Heavenly Worm, and the others were scared out of their wits. This star was currently a great graveyard that devoured all deities. Bringing it along like this was simply courting death. There was an Emperor Tao expert inside. Yi Fan did not say anything. With the myriad chi cauldron on his head, he crossed hundreds of galaxies and rushed to the edge of the universe. Starlight flowed in reverse. He succeeded. Although terrifying fluctuations spread out during this process, Mars did not disintegrate until he threw the star into a dead domain. This period of time was not very long, but Mountain Phoenix and the others were drenched in sweat as if they were drenched in rain. Every one of them was exhausted. Death was not terrifying. What was terrifying was the torment of living. At this moment, it was as if they were dancing on the tip of a blade. They could be pierced at any time, and the pain was bone-piercing. A glaring beam of light rushed out from within Mars. The realm wall was penetrated, and a green lotus could be seen sweeping across the meatball, driving it towards another realm. Then, the divine sound of a great bell shook the eternal star river. The drawn-out vibrating sound resounded through the starry sky. At this moment, some peerless experts were shocked. They seemed to have sensed something. The Wuxia bell awakened. The mouth of the bell shone and primal chaos surged. It was about to take the meatball inside and bring it along with it. At the same time, the meatball also revived. Brilliant light burst out from within. 5 colors illuminated the universe, and 10 streaks of light traversed the starry sky. It was too terrifying. This was an incomparably terrifying aura. Yi Fan and the others retreated again. With the myriad chi cauldron as defense, they watched nervously from the starry sky. This was truly a battle rarely seen throughout the ages. That green lotus isn't as simple as an emperor weapon. No wonder it didn't break during the darkness chaos back then. When little lotus fused with it just now, there was actually an additional liveliness. It was as if Azure Emperor had been reborn. Yi Fan's eyes erupted with light as he stared in astonishment. Some things exceeded common sense. Azure Emperor's passing 10,000 years ago was already somewhat strange. Now, it seemed even more suspicious. Azure Emperor's original body rushed into the heavens. It was brilliant and dazzling. With a spread of the green leaf, it opened up the sky and broke the boundless heavens. There was nothing that could resist it. Characters jumped out one after another. Those were little cheilants and little vermilion birds. These characters were extremely strange. They were all the forms of divine beasts. Every single character contained a type of matchless and tyrannical power. These were the demon race's symbols, Azure Emperor's great Tao. At this moment, they turned into Tao laws and rushed out to suppress that meatball. Chung. Like heavenly blades being unsheathed, 5 streaks of immortal light flew out from that meatball. Every single one of them released kung chong sounds. Upon closer inspection, they were actually 5 plume feathers. They were bewitching and beautiful, brilliant and dazzling. They possessed incomparable power. They obliterated the large expanse of symbols produced by the primal chaos green lotus. Its might was world-shocking. Even though Yi Fan had experienced the darkness chaos and personally participated in the battle, he still felt a wave of fear. That meatball had only displayed a portion of its power, yet it was already able to stop an emperor weapon. However, that primal chaos green lotus was truly not ordinary. It was different from other emperor weapons. With a violent shake, it split the heavens and earth apart. It swept over heavily, breaking through the plume feathers and striking the meatball. What is that? As a quasi-emperor, even Shan Huang cried out in alarm. Vaguely, a universe appeared above the green lotus. A lotus seed was evolving within it, opening up a true universe that could resist any powerful creature in this universe. Is that Azure Emperor's origin? It really is a lotus seed from before the world was created. Too heaven-defying. The group of great demons were all shaken. The Azure Emperor weapon displayed its might. It was more like a great emperor and not a weapon. It swept over the meatball, causing it to tremble violently. A lotus in the eternal clear sky, a lotus seed from the primal chaos before the world was created. Could the legend be true? Shan Huang's complexion was incomparably pale as he muttered to himself. Yi Fan's heart stirred when he saw him like this. According to what the other demons said, Shan Huang was originally an ordinary old rooster. In the end, he mistakenly entered an immortal's cave residence and ultimately obtained the Tao. He became a generation's quasi-emperor. He was extremely extraordinary and might know of some secrets not known to others. Did you think of something? Shan Huang nodded and said, Back then, I indeed entered a cave residence. It was suspected to be a remnant from the mythological era. My greatest harvest, there was the remnant of the 9 revolutions immortal pill. As soon as he said this, everyone was stunned. What was that thing? It could prolong the life of a great emperor. Moreover, it was in a situation where other divine marrows and ancient medicines had been consumed and were no longer effective. I read a few remnant scriptures there. One of the manuscripts recorded some discussions regarding divine medicines. According to it, every stalk of immortal medicine is a miracle and contains the world's greatest secret. What are you trying to say? Long K was rather impatient and asked quickly. The owner of the manuscripts commented on a few immortal medicines. At the same time, he also mentioned an immortal lotus. He had chased after it for most of his life, but he couldn't find it. Don't tell me you're saying, that green emperor is that lotus, the undying phoenix medicine, true dragon medicine, and the others are all immortal medicines. Yi Fan quickly reacted and asked like this. Correct. According to what was written, there was an immortal medicine like the undying lotus in the mythological era. However, it underwent rebirth like the Qilin divine medicine, turning into a seed and disappearing. The owner of that cave chased after it for most of his life, but he couldn't find it. It was quite regretful. Green Emperor was a type of undying immortal medicine. This left everyone stupefied. If this was true, then this was news that shocked the universe, shattering a type of understanding in this world. The common sense that immortal medicines couldn't be cultivated was broken. How could he cultivate it? Everyone was in disbelief. Undying medicines couldn't cultivate a human body, unable to struggle free from the restrictions of order. This was a common understanding that hadn't changed since ancient times, yet it was overturned. There was a stalk that achieved the Tao. Yi Fan thought of many things. That lotus from the mythological era underwent rebirth, the lotus seed falling into the immortal pond and taking root in the green copper. Perhaps this was one of the reasons why he ultimately succeeded in defying the heavens. However, once he struggled free, he also lost the ability to live forever. There were gains and losses. The green lotus clashed with the flesh ball. The two collided violently, and the green multicolored light clashed with the five-colored plume feathers. Ding! Suddenly, the bell rang again. A phantom appeared above the Wuxia bell. A wave of desolate and domineering aura instantly swept through the desolate borders of the cosmos. A single person sat there with his back facing all life. There was an indescribable aura to him. Nothing could obstruct his aura. His figure was tall and imposing, and his hair was thick. There was also a type of loneliness in his silence. Great Emperor Wuxia? The 13 great demons trembled, and even their voices were trembling. The green lotus also trembled. It propped up the Yinghua stars and gathered the essence energy of the 10 heavens and 8 desolates. It erupted with resplendent radiance and swept through the flesh ball. The five-colored plume feathers cried out and turned into immortal swords that hacked down. The nearby star domains were silently annihilated and rapidly collapsed. If not for Yi Fan's cauldron protection, everyone at his side apart from Shan Huang wouldn't have survived. They would have turned into a bloody mist. Ding! Another bell rang. The figure on the primal chaos bell became a little clearer. The great bell erupted for the first time, no longer remaining silent. The mouth of the bell expanded and swallowed the flesh ball inside. It was surrounded by primal chaos mist, mysterious and hazy. Boom! An indescribable aura surged, and the celestial realm seemed to have been torn apart. The huge bell dragged the meatball into another realm. From the beginning to the end, the majestic figure on the bell of no beginning did not turn around. He left with his back to all living beings. Chapter 1701. That's not Great Emperor Wuxia, but the spirit of the bell. It's the deity contained within the bell. Yi Fan sighed. That bell was too powerful. Deities were only interwoven with laws. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't be able to break free. It was very rare, but the spirit within the bell had taken human form because it was too powerful. It was exactly the same as Wuxia. The long bell rang out, shaking down the joys and sorrows of this world. It dragged the meatball into another realm and would never return. It was about to fight a decisive battle. On the great bell, the figure with his back to all living beings seemed so desolate and domineering. Wuxia ended up disappearing from the time-space. The green lotus swayed and shrank to a height of 5 feet. Then, it turned into a beam of green light and tore open the void with the sea of primal chaos. Yi Fan was speechless. The little lotus had escaped just like that and was no longer under his control. This time, his losses were great. The only consolation was that he had obtained the immortal bell's Tao patterns and entered the cauldron wall. In short, Yi Fan was still happy. He had unexpectedly solved a great disaster of Mars. He vaguely guessed who that person was. One of the strongest experts since the beginning of time. Once he appeared, no one could stop him. Mars' blood and chaos were settled just like that? The dozen or so great demons felt that this was unreal. One had to know that all the experts of an era were buried here. Even some Emperor Tao experts had fallen, but they had been dealt with just like that. Perhaps, to be more precise, they were only witnesses. They had seen the supreme style and methods of the great emperor. The Mars star cracked but didn't collapse. That was because there were supreme formation patterns here that sealed a realm. Yi Fan took action, closing the crack on this star, sealing it up once more. Then he placed it into this desolate sea of stars, forever exiled. Now, it was only a great grave with no other meaning. It would be best if it never appeared again. Starlight shone resplendently. Far away from the deterrence of the Emperor Tao experts, the 13 great demons heaved a sigh of relief. They were completely relieved. That period of time just now was a kind of torment. In the past, every single one of them could reign supreme in a star field, but in this place, they were as insignificant as ants. I say, Brother Yi, when are you going to let us old bones retire and go home? After being suppressed for so many years, I really can't accompany you to conquer the world. The group began their return journey to the celestial court. Although these demons were grumbling, there was nothing they could do. Yi Fan could not let them go now, as he was afraid that they would be rebellious and cause trouble. Brother Yi, you're so young. You've only cultivated for 500 or 600 years, yet you've already reached the 6th heaven of the quasi-emperor. Could it be that you're the son of great Emperor Wuxia? Or perhaps you're the bloodline of Emperor Qing? Otherwise, how could you have met them? Along the way, the group of old monsters were bored to the extreme. The flames of gossip burned fiercely, and they wanted to ask everything. After being sealed for 2,000 years, they didn't understand the outside world at all. Yi Fan replied with a smile. He had subdued 13 great demons, and one of them was the quasi-emperor. To the celestial court, this was a great help. They were a group of peerless celestial generals. He quickly calmed down. He had once seen a corner of the future, and it was as if he had truly lived through tens of thousands of years. He had experienced great sorrow, great suffering, and great joy. Right now, as long as his family and friends were still alive, everything was filled with meaning. He had no other desires. If one was in a good mood, even the stars would shine. After learning that Little Purple and the other old friends of the celestial court were still alive, and that it was just a dream, Yi Fan's mind was at peace, and it was precisely because of this that this natural and peaceful state stabilized his fruit of the way. In particular, when he heard the sound of Wuxia's bell and saw the runes of Emperor Qing, he had a deep understanding, completely solidifying his realm this time, and moving forward step by step. Hey, this is my hometown, the Celestial Insect Galaxy. Since we're passing by, we should go and take a look, the centipede said. Naturally, Yi Fan would not be unreasonable, and he hurried to the ancient planet with life in front. The centipede was very excited. After leaving for 2,000 years, there was nothing more worthy of celebration than to be able to return to his hometown. Roar! He let out a long roar, and the entire star region shook. Then, he transformed into his true form, a huge celestial insect the size of a mountain, swooping over. From afar, he looked like a multi-legged dragon, fierce and domineering. Who dares to break into my ancestral celestial insect planet? Immediately, a divine consciousness rushed up. This was a powerful will, and a middle-aged man in a silver robe flew up into the sky. The centipede's body suddenly froze, and the expression of the man opposite him also froze, and then he asked with a trembling voice, "Father, is that you?" "It's me, I'm back." It was the scene of father and son reuniting. This was naturally a scene that made people sigh with emotion. Both father and son were extremely excited, and there were too many things they wanted to say, and it took a long time for them to calm down. Where did they go? Are they still alive? The centipede transformed into a human form, and asked as he landed, trying to keep his voice steady. "During the chaos of the darkness, my brothers have all died. Our ancestral planet's population has fallen by 90%, the silver-robed middle-aged man said tearfully. This made everyone sigh, and no one went to disturb them. Yi Fan nodded, and the old celestial insect's eyes were filled with hot tears that rolled down. It could be seen that he was also a sentimental person. Yi Fan said, "You can stay, but don't let me know that you are wreaking havoc everywhere. Otherwise, I will catch you even if you run to the ends of the world and turn you into ashes." "Who are you, and what right do you have to speak to my father like that?" The silver-robed middle-aged man glared at him. The centipede waved his hand and said, "Don't be rude." Then he turned to Yi Fan and said, "I may be an old bag of bones, but I am not willing to live in seclusion. I am willing to go with you, but before that, I have to return to the ancestral planet to take a look." Yi Fan nodded in agreement. This was human nature. The other ancient demons cursed silently. They had lived for so many years, and their eyelashes were all empty, so they naturally knew what the centipede celestial insect was planning. Yi Fan was already Quasi-Emperor's 6th layer at such a young age, And he might even become a great emperor in the future. Now that they were following and helping him to conquer the world, he would naturally think of ways to extend their lifespans once he achieved Dao. Why would they miss out on such a young expert with boundless potential? Even if they were thinking of their descendants, they had to befriend him as much as they could. Even though they kept complaining and wanted to leave, they had long since made up their minds to stay. Soon, the centipede celestial insect returned, and the group continued on their journey. The silver-robed middle-aged man sent them off from afar, saying that he was willing to return to the celestial court in the future. With the first example, the others naturally wanted to go back and take a look. Yi Fan nodded. How could he not agree? Just like that, they traveled through star domain after star domain. During this time, some were happy because they were reunited with their loved ones, but there were others who were dejected, even unable to hold back their cries of grief. It was because their descendants and even their ancestral stars had been destroyed, never to be seen again. We are finally about to return to my home. I am the supreme being here, so I will definitely treat you well. Among the 13 great demons, Xianxia spoke. He flew forward while shouting, "Children, welcome the old ancestor. This sect master has returned." However, in this star's outer space, there were 3 people who turned around at the same time. They gave this direction a look, but they didn't pay him any attention. Younger generation, could it be that you all really forgot about me? There was once a silver snake supreme being who left for 2,000 years, and now he has returned. Hurry and receive him. Xianxia put on airs. That was because not long ago, the other great demons were extremely awe-inspiring. As soon as they appeared, their disciples paid respects to them. The entire starfield was shaken. However, the scene Xianxia was looking forward to didn't appear. The 3 of them ignored him. "Old snake, do you want me to help you clean up your household?" Someone teased. Those were 3 youngsters. 2 of them should be brother and sister because they were quite similar. They both had a head of long water blue hair, and a peaceful aura flowed around them. The other male's face was pale, and his appearance was rather handsome. There was a type of morbid beauty. At this time, the 3 of them all stared at Yi Fan, not looking at Xianxia and the others. Even a small silver snake dares to behave atrociously. The voice of the blue-haired male on the other side was ice-cold. "Ayo, this old ancestor has left for 2,000 years. There's not even a single person who recognizes me. Even a random junior is mocking me." Xianxia spoke in self-mockery. "Don't act rashly. You aren't his opponent." Yi Fan stopped him. "I'm not his opponent?" Xianxia was dumbfounded. "He is quasi-emperor." Yi Fan said. "What?" The group of great demons were all shocked. "Brother Yi, long time no see." That blue-haired girl laughed. She was extremely charming and peerless. There was no hostility on her sparkling white face. The corners of her bright red lips curled up slightly, appearing a bit mischievous. "Not too bad, but your elder brother doesn't really welcome me," Yi Fan said. He didn't expect to see the Fire Qilin siblings here. Moreover, the one facing them was Undying Mountains and Pooh. They seemed to be. Shan Huang was also a quasi-emperor, so she could naturally sense that the person in front of her was extraordinary. That's right, 3 quasi-emperors. Yi Fan nodded. The dozen or so great demons were immediately shocked. When did the quasi-emperor become so worthless? He encountered 3 of them at once. In the past, it was already impressive for figures like Gautama Buddha and Shan Huang to fight. It would cause a huge earthquake in the universe, but now he encountered several of them at once. Furthermore, they were all so young. They are the children of the ancient sovereign that were sealed in this era. Yi Fan explained. The great demons were dumbfounded. They felt that they were out of touch with the times. After being suppressed for 2,000 years, too many things had happened in the outside world. Even the descendants of the ancient sovereign had seen so much with their own eyes. "It's true that I don't welcome you. You've disturbed my duel. Why don't you take over?" Fire Qilin said. "Sure, no problem." Yi Fan chuckled. Huolin's eyelids twitched. He wanted to stop his elder brother because he couldn't tell how strong Yi Fan was. He had clearly broken through again, but he knew his elder brother's stubbornness. He would definitely fight a strong opponent if he encountered one. "Brother Yi, please show mercy," said Hualin. The other party was known as the Ancient Sovereign's Assassin. His infamy had spread far and wide over the years. To all those with the Ancient Sovereign's bloodline, he was definitely the greatest enemy in the world. "No problem." Yi Fan nodded. Fire Qilin pricked up his brows when he heard that. He immediately attacked. The Quasi-Emperor's might tore through the 9 firmaments as his divine might surged. However, what awaited him was a huge sleeve. Yi Fan had casually struck out with a universe in the sleeve, suppressing him in a straightforward and swift manner. Everyone here was petrified. Just how great of a disparity was this? Even though they were both Quasi-Emperor, there was at least a difference of several heavens. They weren't even on the same order of magnitude. Hualin sighed softly. Her beautiful eyes flickered. She knew that Yi Fan had completely left his peers behind. From today onwards, there would be no one who could match him in this generation. This indicated that an unmatched holy physique would rule over this era. Fire Qilin roared loudly. He couldn't struggle free no matter what. He didn't think that after not seeing each other for 20 years, Yi Fan would actually leave him behind by several cultivation realms. This was unimaginable. "I hope there will be a day when I can fight against you at the same cultivation realm." Fire Qilin had no choice but to accept this. In front of reality, he could only lower his head. Right now, he truly couldn't compare to Yi Fan. Has this day finally arrived? On the other side, when Enpu saw Yi Fan turn around to face him, he was extremely calm. There wasn't the slightest fluctuation on his face. 20 years ago, he was defeated in the Celestial Court. After many years, the gap between the two had widened even further. "Make your move," Yi Fan said. And Pu didn't say anything else. A great halberd appeared in his hands. His entire body burned, his weak and sickly appearance completely swept away. He immediately used all of his strength, fighting with everything he had. However, in front of absolute strength, it was useless no matter how much you burned your life force. Yi Fan only used a single palm to smash Enpu's weapon apart inch by inch. His entire body was covered in blood as he was crushed downwards. At this moment, Yi Fan's aura completely erupted. Quasi-Emperor's 6th heavenly layer. This made Enpu sigh inwardly. How could he surpass this? He flung away the broken great halberd in his hands. Yi Fan didn't feel much joy, because he knew that there were even more terrifying enemies waiting ahead. If he didn't work hard, everyone in the Celestial Court would die. He didn't immediately deal the killing blow, instead using a wave of his hand to remove a portion of Enpu's cultivation, leaving him with a path of survival. After all, regardless of whether it was the first time they met, or later on at his and Jizue's wedding, this person always had a certain level of elegance, even more so stopping Shinming's destruction, leaving him with a good impression. A defeat is a defeat. The two of us are destined to be mortal enemies. Undying Mountain and Ji family can't be resolved either. I can only fight to the end. And Pu looked extremely weak, his face pale, but his nature was extremely unyielding. After understanding Yi Fan's thoughts, he wasn't willing to yield. Even the headless horseman died in his place, so he wasn't willing to have his cultivation crippled. In order to protect himself, rather than becoming a cripple, it was better to die. "Kill!" And Pu roared out, his head of hair standing on end. He defied the heavens and rushed at Yi Fan. His life force erupted, all of the emperor blood in his body igniting, activating a divine forbidden domain. Yi Fan was shocked. This was another person who activated a divine forbidden domain in front of him after Yin-Tianda. Enpu's aura immediately erupted, his entire body swirling with endless great Tao laws. However, it still wasn't enough. After Yi Fan gave it a try, the divine forbidden domain was immediately applied to his body. Even though his impression of this person was still alright, he was destined to become an enemy in this life. He had no choice. For the sake of respecting Enpu, he wasn't willing to do anything that would humiliate the other party. A large golden hand descended. Within the sky full of divine light, a life blossomed. Within this unmatched domain of the divine forbidden domain, it displayed its most powerful offensive power. However, it couldn't escape the fate of defeat. That figure split into pieces, blood dyeing this expanse of space red. And Pooh died. Yi Fan released a light sigh. There was no such thing as right or wrong. Their paths of life were different, so they were destined to only be enemies, unable to live together in this world. Are the two of you willing to come to my celestial court as guests? Yi Fan turned around to ask the Fire Qilin siblings. I am willing. Hua Lin was the first to reply in order to prevent his older brother from overreacting. Yi Fan returned, bringing with him 3 quasi-emperor and 12 extreme great sage, immediately triggering a commotion in the celestial court. A group of people came to welcome him. Father! In the Pure Land, Little Purple staggered as it ran over with its little hands open. Little Violet! Yi Fan was very excited and hugged her. Little Violet giggled and called out. She kissed him on the cheek, leaving behind a lot of saliva. Everyone laughed, but Yi Fan almost shed tears. That dream was too real. It was a corner of the future. He clearly remembered how helpless little Violet was. She was so young, yet she had walked on a path of no return. To be able to see her at this time and hug her in his arms, he felt that she was so precious that he didn't want to let go. Father, I will definitely protect you. No one can hurt little Violet, Yi Fan said softly. Then he put down the child and gave Pang Bo and the others a bear hug. These brothers who had gone through life and death with him were still here. They were all still alive. This kind of feeling was really good. Big brother, there's still me. Little Nan Nan smiled happily. Yi Fan's nose turned sour again. In the future, little Nan Nan faced several supreme beings alone. No one could help her. The bitter battle almost destroyed the universe. In the end, all the people in the restricted area and she no longer existed. In the future, Big Brother will definitely protect everyone. I won't let you fight a bloody battle alone. Yi Fan held her up and swore in his heart while suppressing his own emotions. But even so, there were tears in his eyes because he was happy and moved. That dream was too real and terrifying. He felt as if he had been separated from these people for 10,000 years. Now that he met them again, he was exceptionally grateful and moved. Chapter 1702. Father, why are you crying? Who bullied you? Little Purple has always been obedient, Little Purple said in a childish voice and climbed onto his body. Many people noticed Yi Fan's expression and couldn't help but be surprised. This was something that had never happened before. During the most difficult and bitter years, Yi Fan only bled and sweated. It was impossible for him to shed tears. What was going on? Yi Fan didn't want to tell everyone about the terrifying future. It was too cruel. He only needed to stop it. He didn't want to reveal it and make everyone worried. I feel like I've been separated from you for 10,000 years. There were tears in Yi Fan's eyes. He was smiling, but his heart wasn't calm. What he would experience in the future would surpass the past. That would be the most difficult and bitter period of time. Master! A young man flew over. His clothes fluttered and danced like an immortal. He was still very young, but his face was full of excitement. His eyes were bright and full of tears, just like Yi Fan. Komatsu! Yi Fan called out. Naturally, he recognized him at first glance. Although his appearance had changed greatly, his aura hadn't. Moreover, he had long heard about Komatsu's retreat to the underworld and the description of him by outsiders. Komatsu's eyes were red. He bowed and paid his respects. Yi Fan pulled him up. Master and disciple had been separated for hundreds of years. Too many things had happened during this period. Time was like a song or a knife. Many things had changed, but what hadn't changed was the true feelings of the past. After a long time, they finally calmed down. Komatsu was still as simple as before. Yi Fan was deeply surprised. When he found out that it was related to his cultivation and path, he felt relieved. He was also amazed by his innate talent. That year, that simple purple Komatsu mouse hid his mother's skeleton in the underground cave. He was very careful in front of Yi Fan as if he was trying to please him. Then he laughed heartlessly, making people feel pity and pain at the same time. As time went by, Komatsu had become a quasi-emperor. Recently, I've been in closed-door meditation, and I've gained some insights. I'd like to discuss them with all of you. Yi Fan called out to Komatsu, Yi Tong, and Xianxia. He then turned to Pang Bo, Li Tian, and the others. His recent enlightenment had been fruitful. He wanted to do everything possible to improve the strength of the others, so he shared his experiences and insights for them to refer to. Shan Huang and the others were naturally envious as well. A level 6 quasi-emperor would definitely have an astonishing level of comprehension. If they could listen to his explanations and impart his Tao without holding anything back, it would be equivalent to many years of bitter cultivation. You guys come too. Yi Fan also invited them when he saw their fiery eyes. Of course, the siblings, Hua Qilin and Hua Lin, could not be selected for the time being. After all, they were only guests of the celestial court and could not be considered as one of their own. On a divine island, Yi Fan didn't hold anything back and explained the great Tao in great detail. Everyone's path was different, but there were always things that were similar. This place was filled with the sound of scriptures, and the rumbling of the laws of Tao could be heard. Auspicious light shone in all directions, and celestial qi permeated the air. This place had completely become a divine land. Everyone listened quietly and comprehended silently. Only Little Purple, although cute and lively, was as mischievous as a little monkey as it crawled around, touching this place and that place. It was extremely mischievous. In the end, many people left, and they all went to find their own caves to comprehend. Yi Fan imparted the 4 secret word to Yi Tong, Komatsu, Pang Bo, Li Tian, Xianxia, Dongfang Yi, and the others. If news of this spread outside the celestial court, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. If his enemies obtained this secret word, their strength could possibly skyrocket. Thus, he was very cautious and only imparted it to a few people. Woof! After the large black dog practiced the riddle on his hind legs and sprinted like a human, from this day onwards, his massive head began to glow. He was like a ghost, and he began to mumble in a strange manner. When he was practicing the 4 secret word, he felt as if he had gained intelligence. He could hear the voice of the future, and he could see images of the future. However, the images were very blurry, and he couldn't grasp them. He was in a daze all day long. I can hear the call of the great emperor. He has been battling against the immortals for tens of thousands of years. Even the 2 Silverblood emperors took a detour around this bewitched large black dog. They didn't dare to approach him, fearing that he would latch onto them and not let them go. Yi Fan sat on a cliff, and mist rose from his body. He was comprehending the laws of the celestial bell on the wall of the cauldron. This was an astonishing Tao and technique, and it could give people endless enlightenment. During these days, he would discuss this with Yi Tong, Komatsu, Shan Huang, and the others. They were all studying this type of Tao pattern, and all of them had different gains and comprehensions. Now, the celestial court definitely didn't lack scriptures. Yi Fan had collected a few scrolls in the past, as well as the ones he had obtained from the princes of the divine court. In addition to the ones that Komatsu had brought from Earth, they could build a scripture pavilion here. Every scroll had its own wondrous ability, and it was worth it for an ordinary person to use their entire life to comprehend it. With so many scrolls put together, it was naturally astonishing. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Yi Fan became more and more quiet. Every day, he would gaze into the depths of the starry sky, and his eyes would become more and more profound. Xianxia came out of seclusion, and she headed into the universe to train. She wanted to break through to the quasi-emperor realm. Komatsu accompanied her in secret to protect her. At the same time, he also wanted to examine the gains she had made during this half a year. Yi Tong also left for the battlefield of the celestial being. The ancient prince appeared there, and he wanted to find the sacred prince because he hadn't heard from him in a long time. As for Pang Bo, he formed a team with the Black Emperor and also entered the universe to travel. Obviously, they were about to break through the final stage to reach the quasi-emperor realm without any suppression. Longma roamed the major star fields, and now, Shan Huang would patrol from time to time. The foundation of the celestial court was becoming more and more stable, and it seemed to be flourishing. Everyone knew that as Yi Fan's disciples and brothers broke through, there wouldn't be many powers in this world that could stop them. A colossus that the entire world would pay attention to was rising. Let's find a place to break through. Li Tian and Yenishi also embarked on their journey to the Ziwei star field and other places to find their own path. I'm going back to Big Dipper. Although I have no fate with the Quasi-Emperor in this life, I should still comprehend my own path and review it once, Li Heishui said. I'm going to seek guidance from the old ancestor. Dongfang Yi revealed a mouthful of snow-white teeth and also went on his way. The Silver Blood Emperors and many of the top figures of the Celestial Court left one after another. They had sensed something on the day Yi Fan returned, and they were all cultivating with all their might. Yi Fan asked Shan Huang to go out and support whichever side had a problem. With people at the level of the Quasi-Emperor watching over them, he felt that these people shouldn't be in danger. The Celestial Court was no longer bustling. Even Hualin and Huaqizi were bored and left. Similarly, they were asked by Yi Fan for help when necessary. The two sides couldn't be considered to be an official alliance. Yi Fan sat cross-legged and gazed at the starry sky. If the supreme battle broke out in advance, where could he arrange for everyone to go and what methods could he use to resolve the crisis? Until one day, Komatsu returned and told him that Xianxia had successfully broken through to the Quasi-Emperor level. Only then did Yi Fan get up and leave once again. With Komatsu and Gu Xinao overseeing things, he was still quite at ease. With the addition of little Nan Nan, even if an ancient, unrivaled character came to invade, they could still defend. In the future, the ones to destroy the Celestial Court is the Underworld and the Phoenix Nest. I'll go take a look and find out the truth. Yi Fan went on his way, crossing the endless starry sky and entering the area where the Underworld was. There was not a single ancient star with life here. Gloomy mist lingered and the atmosphere was lifeless. When he approached a piece of underworld earth, it became even more gloomy and bitter. There was an indescribable astral wind blowing in the cosmos, and even the stars would split apart. It couldn't stop here. This was an inconceivable ghost land that surpassed common sense. Yi Fan found this place according to the corner of the future he saw and felt very shaken. There was a huge piece of underworld earth that was far more vast than the stars. It was shrouded in mist and had always been hidden in a heavenly immortal treasure. It had only recently emerged. Yi Fan looked at it from afar. His body merged with the void. He was sure that there was an ancient supreme being sleeping inside. It was similar to the 7 great life-restricted areas of the Big Dipper. He had an indescribable feeling. The Emperor of the Underworld will awaken in a few years, right? Yi Fan frowned. He had to stop this person from waking up. The Celestial Court needed time to develop, but what could he do? A wave of clear air rushed out from the top of Yi Fan's head. He transformed into himself and walked towards the underworld. At his level, the only things he feared were imperial formations, as well as the slumbering ancient supreme beings. He couldn't touch those domains. The Tao body didn't go deep and only circled around the underworld, observing silently. Was a Miaoyi inside? He really wanted to go in, but he restrained this urge. In the end, the time was up and the clear air dissipated. Yi Fan's main body sighed. He sat cross-legged and chanted the scripture in his heart. Yi Fan's emotions fluctuated, but his body became more and more quiet and faint as if it was about to disappear from the world. He was purifying his spirit and sending it into the void. This was the ultimate profound meaning he comprehended from the expiation scripture. He felt the power and terror of the numinous treasure celestial being. This kind of secret technique was contained in the ordinary. Ordinary people couldn't discover and comprehend the scripture. Only when they felt it and their state of mind was the same as the numinous treasure celestial being in the past would they be able to sense it. He had once suspected whether the numinous treasure celestial being had also experienced this kind of helplessness and experience. Specks of light separated from Yi Fan's primordial spirit, and then it entered the void, thus disappearing. His body became ice-cold, not moving at all. He was purifying his own spirit, engraving it into underworld earth. There was no fighting strength or natural laws, only a bit of perception to search for in Miaoyi. Based on his understanding, the sleeping supreme being wouldn't be able to sense it. The formation patterns wouldn't be triggered and he could silently pass through. Only, the consumption of this method was too great. What was being burned was the power of his own soul. Underworld Earth was vast. Yi Fan's spirit drifted about like a specter. No one could see it. He merged with the void and quickly consumed his soul. After who knew how much time had passed, he felt extremely tired. Even his spirit was about to be exhausted and his body was about to be in danger. Suddenly he sensed something. There was a type of will force that interweaved in front of him. There was an expanse of corpses that were like a sea, yet no one dealt with them. They were waiting to be turned into Yin soldiers. A heavy aura of death covered heaven and earth. Yi Fan passed through and searched for that familiar figure. Yi Fan, is that you? Specks of light flew over and condensed together. Yi Fan didn't expect things to go so smoothly. He actually found an Miaoi. He met her again, reunited in the underworld. It's me. How are you? We will meet again in the next life. The rain of light circled around him. This was a strand of will that didn't scatter because of the stubbornness in his heart. After saying these words, it seemed to have been freed, becoming many times dimmer. Next life? Yi Fan was a bit absent-minded. How could there be so much helplessness in this life? Could it be that there was no way to change things? You don't need to believe in the next life. You only need to respect your own Tao. 10,000 years later, there will be someone like me who will meet you again. The rain of light became more and more faint. In the next life, there will be if you believe in it, and there won't be if you don't believe in it. The years are endless, and there will be two identical flowers in this world. After hundreds and thousands of years, one will wither and the other will bloom. Yi Fan said softly. His heart was sour and bitter. He still remembered the scene when he discussed the Tao with the old monk and talked about reincarnation. He never thought that he would really have to face it. Seeing you, I no longer have any stubbornness. Thousands of years later, when we meet again in the mortal world, I hope you can still remember me. Wake me up and don't leave. And Miaoi's voice was completely desolate. The rain of light dissipated and disappeared. Yi Fan's original body trembled. Then he opened his eyes and gazed at the distant underworld. His gaze seemed to have traversed thousands of years, gazing at another great world of the mortal world. 10,000 years later, he would have already passed away in meditation. Would they still be able to meet again? Yi Fan gently wiped away the tears on his face. He stood up and walked into the distance. Just now, in the instant that an Miaoi disappeared, she passed on an extremely important secret regarding the underworld to him. It was something that would affect the future. Chapter 1703. Across many star fields, the space between Yi Fan's eyebrows was glowing. The one character revolved to repair his wounded spirit. His blood energy surged and his 5 secret realms rumbled together. In the end, he finally recovered. Even a quasi-emperor had to pay such a price. It was clear how terrifying the secret technique of the spiritual treasure celestial being was. A speck of light rippled in Yi Fan's sea of consciousness. And Miaoi's words reverberated as she recounted a terrifying matter. The phoenix nest and the underworld had always been in secret contact. They had once negotiated in the depths of the sea of corpses. At that time, a big shot of the underworld accompanied that divine general to search for the corpse. They wanted to see if the 8 divine generals were there. There, they talked about some important things. The underworld emperor shouldn't have awakened. He wanted to continue his slumber, but the undying heaven empress invited him to come out and deal with the enemy. According to what an Miaoi said, the underworld emperor and the bloodline of the undying heaven emperor had come into contact many years ago. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been such contact. The heaven empress is willing to provide a bottle of immortal blood to invite the underworld emperor to come into being. These were the original words of the divine general. He was actually willing to provide such a bottle of blood to make up for the loss of the underworld emperor's appearance. It was said that it could completely make up for the loss. Of course, the underworld emperor was high above and overlooked the common people. He had always been in a deep sleep and couldn't talk to that divine general. Everything was handled by a big shot of the underworld. According to their conversation, that bottle of so-called immortal blood was the blood essence of the undying heaven emperor. It had been refined for many years and was sealed. Its value was immeasurable. It wasn't strange for the Undying Heaven Empress to have such phoenix blood. What did the Undying Heaven Empress want to do? She shouldn't have mobilized such a large force just to destroy the celestial court. There should be another goal. Yi Fan looked at the scene in his sea of consciousness. And Miaoyi had truthfully recorded the scene of that day. That divine general made a hand gesture. It was the movement of a flying immortal, soaring into the sky. What the underworld fears the most is the spirit treasure celestial being. They have been looking for his formation map, but unfortunately, they haven't been able to get it. Maybe it can restrain the emperor of the underworld. This news had a great impact on Yi Fan. Ever since he comprehended the divine incantation from the ordinary expiation scripture that had been circulated in the mortal world, he knew that the legend of the numinous treasure celestial being suppressing the zombies was absolutely true. Currently, he had mastered the complete version of the scripture of expiation, which was located in the human-shaped ghost-faced lamp. Recently, he had been reciting it frequently and comprehending more. I want all the heavenly soldiers and generals to understand the Book of Expiation. When the time comes, hundreds of people will recite it together. It will be even better if we can find the formation chart and the four swords. All the living creatures full of yang energy will urge the underworld emperor together. Yi Fan wanted to find that formation diagram, but he didn't know if the four swords were destroyed in the dark chaos back then. If they no longer existed, he could only use other weapons to replace them. But right now, the most important thing was to prevent the phoenix nest from reaching a deal with the underworld. He couldn't let that bottle of immortal phoenix blood enter the underworld. If he intercepted it, the underworld emperor wouldn't dare to come into being. If the underworld emperor didn't come out and gave the celestial court time to develop, he could calmly wait for his realm to increase and not be as anxious as he was now. A bottle of phoenix blood was related to a certain period of change in the future. Yi Fan's eyes revealed a murderous intent. This was the first time he was filled with such hostility. He wanted to stop all of this and kill his way out, leading to a different future. What is the true purpose of the Undying Heaven Empress asking the Underworld Emperor for help? Is it to fight for little Nan Nan's Dao fruit? Or does she already know of the existence of that meatball and wants to pave a path? Yi Fan had a suspicion in his heart. That meatball might be the Undying Heaven Emperor. Apart from him, who else could make great Emperor Wuxia powerless to deal with? Many things were strung together. Lightning flashed through Yi Fan's heart. During the dark chaos, the people in the life-forbidden zone had all mentioned the Undying Heaven Emperor. Come to think of it, if this Heaven Emperor was still alive, he wasn't alone. In the past, he most likely had dealings with other emperors and had companions. Yi Fan returned to the celestial court and secretly gathered everyone. He sent people to find Li Heishui and Duanda. He wanted to borrow the heaven-devouring jar, but he didn't have time. He had to act quickly. All of this was based on the fact that he had ascended to the quasi-emperor's sixth heaven and could activate the godly restriction from time to time. He could fight against the peerless powerhouses of the present era. The various divisions of the celestial court began to move in secret to find Duanda. They hoped that the heaven-devouring devil jar could be reformed as soon as possible so that they could fight against the Phoenix Nest Heaven Empress. The heavenly soldiers and generals of the divisions were scattered. The result of this battle was hard to predict. In order to prevent any accidents from happening, Yi Fan had to make all the necessary preparations. At this time, Xianxia came back covered in blood. The moment she saw him, she said, "Master, someone bullied me." Yi Fan was shocked. When he saw that the blood wasn't his, he relaxed and asked what happened. In recent years, the Phoenix Nest and the underworld have been targeting us. I was angry, so I meddled in their business and got into a conflict with them. And then, I accidentally killed them. Yi Fan sighed and said, "Is this what you mean by being bullied?" "Yes, they are going to use the godly generals, so I can't train outside. Those godly generals are gradually recovering their magic power. When I see them, I have to run. Isn't that bullying?" Xianxia felt wronged. "For now, be more obedient." Yi Fan didn't say much, but he didn't restrict the disciples from fighting with the Phoenix Nest. They just had to pay attention to their own safety. This was because he was going to make a move himself, and he would definitely be swift and fierce. All of you have to be careful. Tell everyone. Yi Fan reminded them again, revealing some of his intentions. This made Xianxia, who loved to fight, rub his hands together in excitement. Yi Fan left the celestial court and headed to the end of the starry sky ancient path to find the old woodcutter in the ruins of the celestial court. He wanted to work with him. In the sea of golden lightning, a white jade path was laid out. Some important people from the Holy Ji Palace came down to greet him. One of them was very familiar to Yi Fan. It was Lin Jia, the disciple of the old woodcutter. Over the years, although they had met, they hadn't really talked in detail. They were both busy with training. As for another familiar person, Zhou Yi, he had been training in various regions in recent years and had gained a great reputation. He was like an imperial star rising, but he wasn't here at the moment. How have you been all these years? Yi Fan asked. He was very emotional when he said these words. Who would have thought that they would walk such a path? It's not as good as the other side of the starry sky. Lin Jia smiled. Her pale face was filled with nostalgia and sorrow. It was very complicated. Stepping on the path of cultivation was not her original intention. One day, I might let go of everything and go back to the city to be an ordinary mortal, she added seriously. Let go. Yi Fan was greatly touched. But now that he had come this far, could he still let go? He had already walked on a path that he could only move forward. There was no turning back. Hey, little brother, did you grow up eating the meat of the Supreme Emperor? How did you suddenly break through to sixth heaven after not seeing each other for only 20 years? Aren't you going to scare me? The old man with yellow teeth came over and clicked his tongue in wonder. Where's your shy granddaughter? Yi Fan asked. I'm warning you, that's my grandson, not my granddaughter. Don't you dare have any ideas. The old man with yellow teeth looked at him as if he was a thief. I think she has a good aptitude and is fated to be with one of my disciples. Why don't you marry her into my celestial court? Yi Fan said with a smile. Little traitor, you want my grandson to kidnap me and I'll work for you? No way. The old man bared his teeth and glared at him. He did not have the demeanor of a master at all. Where's Big Beard? I plan to give him 2 disciples. One is called Li Tian, and the other is Yan Ishi. Both of them were chosen by him in the past. Yi Fan looked left and right. Lin Jia laughed and said, Don't be like that. Isn't it too obvious that you're trying to poach people from the Dao Palace? We're lacking people. We're seriously short on manpower. Yi Fan sighed and said no more. He entered the central heavenly palace, accompanied by everyone else. 20 years had passed, and the Dao Palace was now full of masters. Countless people had come to join them. The attraction of this place was too great. There were all kinds of runes in the heavenly palace for people to comprehend. They were all relics from the ancient heaven. The wood-chopping old man sat cross-legged on the broken platform. His face was ruddy and he looked well, but Yi Fan knew that the old man's injuries had not yet healed. Yi Fan handed over a jade box. Inside was a king medicine that gave off a sweet fragrance. This kind of thing could directly prolong one's life for hundreds of years. It was priceless and any master would be tempted. This was what Komatsu had dug up in the land of immortality in Kunlun when he had not yet taken human form. He carried a small medicine basket on his back and dug it up. Today, he brought a few of them to the celestial court. Yi Fan gave one to the wood-chopping old man, hoping that his injuries would be healed as soon as possible. He was very direct. After the others left, he stated his intentions. He wanted to join forces with the Dao Palace to attack the Phoenix's nest and draw the battle. Whether it was the wood-chopping Taoist, the wretched old man, or Lin Jia, they were all shocked. This was definitely a big deal. After so many years of confrontation, they knew very well how terrifying their opponents were. Now, the 2 divine generals have recovered a very powerful magical power. They are much more terrifying than before. The yellow-toothed old man said with a serious expression. I don't fight a battle without preparation. This time, you, me, and God's organization will move together. The celestial court can use 2 flawless emperor weapons. This time, I will break the Phoenix's nest. Yi Fan said with a murderous look. Let me investigate one thing, the wood-chopping old man said. He spat out the truth. Not only could the two divine generals in the Phoenix's nest continue to recover their great magical power, but they could also have found an extraordinary peerless god to return to. He had to find out. All right, I will wait for your news, Yi Fan said. A few days later, Yi Fan received good news. Duanda had come, and the complete heaven-devouring devil jar had been gathered. Duanda was very dissatisfied and said, Brat, I think this jar has become the celestial quartz. Whenever there is a battle, I have to run, so I will lend you the jar. If we attack the Phoenix's nest, you will have many benefits. From now on, you won't have to rob tombs anymore. Yi Fan laughed. Bullsh *T, I've suffered a great loss this time. Do you know what I've missed out on? A heaven blade and a stone egg. I was just about to block them, but in the end, I was scared away by that little brat Hua Hua. Duanda was furious. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. The heaven-devouring devil jar became one. Suddenly, a special aura filled the air and floated above Yi Fan's head. He instantly activated the divine restriction, and at this moment, he felt that he could fight against a supreme being. At this realm, he could use this terrifying devil jar to display its greatest power and swallow the heaven and earth. Yi Fan did not delay and crossed the star field towards God's organization. He did not know much about this inheritance, so he needed to be on guard. If the alliance was successful, it would be difficult for the Phoenix's nest not to be destroyed. Chapter 1704. Starlight flickered. To Yi Fan, this was a giant star that wasn't unfamiliar to him. It was overflowing with vitality, steel buildings in great numbers, and all kinds of flying ships streaking across the sky like auroras. He returned to the eternal star domain and once again came to this different place. He didn't know where God's organization was, so he could only start here. Back then, he had encountered them here first. The eternal star domain had the legend of immortal armor, the 9 revolutions immortal pill recipe, and an extremely flourishing technological civilization. They had walked a different path. Back then, Yi Fan had obtained the evolution liquid recipe from this place. It was also because of this that the overall strength of the people of the Celestial Court had increased by leaps and bounds. Skyscrapers towered into the clouds, and science and martial arts were everywhere. As long as there were enemies invading, tens of thousands of runes would shoot out and kill them all. The buildings in the Steel City were like a jungle. Of course, there was no lack of true vegetation. They were all mutants with luxuriant branches and leaves, making this place full of vitality. The green trees were tens of thousands of zhang tall, like giant umbrellas that opened the sky. Many divine grasses took root in the void, releasing essence energy to purify this world. Divine vines shot into the heavens like dancing dragons. What? That person came again? When Yi Fan gathered the 10 strongest races, this star was immediately shaken, triggering heaven overflowing waves. The person from the past had returned, so how could they not be shocked? One had to know that back then, Yi Fan had fought his way in and then fought his way out. He wasn't here as a guest, so they didn't have any good times. It was precisely because of Yi Fan and the Southern Fiend that the Eternal Star Domain's expedition had suffered disastrous losses. The expeditionary army was almost completely wiped out. On this star, all the great powers feared Yi Fan's name to the extreme. They had long heard of his achievements during these years and had always been worried. Now, he had truly returned. There used to be a proud and lonely person who could compete with the Green Emperor, but I offended him. Now, a saint body has appeared. This is truly a disaster. The Eternal Star Domain's starry sky was shaken. The 10 great races were all scared. Was Yi Fan here for revenge? If there was no suspense at all, then this was a quasi-emperor. Who could contend against him? Floating Life Palace was a palace floating in the sky. It was famous in the Eternal Star Domain and was said to be an artifact left behind by an ancient emperor. After the passage of time, its Tao patterns had been damaged, but it hadn't turned to dust. It was still a divine land floating in the Eternal Star Domain. Famous people from various sects would often gather here to drink and chat. At this moment, the atmosphere in the majestic palace was a bit oppressive. This was because a man had arrived with his hands behind his back, causing all the noise to quiet down. Everyone, please continue. I have with of the 10 great races. With, no matter how easygoing a quasi-emperor was, no matter how bright his smile was, it still made everyone feel frightened. There was an invisible pressure that made them feel suffocated. Yi Fan invited the 10 great king clans here, so these people couldn't advance or retreat. They didn't know that they would be caught up in this type of thing. They really wanted to leave, but they were scared of offending the divine body. Not long after, the people from the 10 great king clans arrived, all of them incomparably nervous. There were even 2 great sage among them. They no longer remained in isolation, waking up from their slumber to have an audience with the first-generation quasi-emperor. It had already been many years since Everlasting City had such a stifling atmosphere. The great powers were all trembling with fear. If they settled things here, who could resist? Even if they wanted to escape, they wouldn't be able to. Greetings, Senior Yi. Some people paid their respects. Even though their hair and beard were all white and they were much older than Yi Fan, they could only pay their respects with respect and did not dare to treat him as an equal. Yi Fan's gaze swept over the crowd, and he unexpectedly saw Fan Xian. She was just as stunning and bewitching as she was in the past, but right now there was a very unnatural expression on her face. Next to him was an old man, the patriarch of the Fan clan. He was a powerful sage, but right now, his face was as pale as snow, and his heart was filled with grief. They weren't currently within the 10 great king clans, but they were forced here by other powerful clans. This was clearly going to use them as a scapegoat. If Yi Fan really wanted to settle things, he would definitely start with them. Everyone, please relax a bit. I didn't come to settle things with you all. Yi Fan said with a smile. His teeth were sparkling, and his hair fluttered about. He looked extremely brilliant. Everyone felt their blood run cold. This was but a quasi-emperor. He treated them so amiably, making them feel more and more uneasy, feeling great fear. Fan Xian was stupefied. When she saw that otherworldly style, as well as that proud figure, all types of emotions welled up in her heart. Back then, her clan schemed against Yi Fan in every possible way, yet it was all for naught. It was to the extent where even she herself was careless in the end. She didn't obtain anything, but instead provoked such a heaven-warping and matchless opponent. When she thought back to the past, her heart felt empty and disappointed, as if she had lost something. All of this wasn't worth it. If she had a different attitude when facing the divine physique back then, it definitely wouldn't have been like this. It might have even become a legend. That was a generation's peerless quasi-emperor. Fan Xian's heart was sour and bitter, disappointment written all over her face. As for the Fan clan's old ancestor, he was even more regretful to the point where he wanted to roar out. Back then, he had made one wrong move after another. If he hadn't been too utilitarian and only wanted to use the divine physique, how could things have ended up like this? Back then, if he had enough sincerity, the divine physique might have become the Fan clan's son-in-law. Looking back, the other party was already a generation's quasi-emperor, unrivaled in the starry skies. The Fan clan was undoubtedly disappointed, and also the most apprehensive. Back then, they had offended Yi Fan the most fiercely. Now, the entire everlasting star domain was crawling at his feet. Some people were disappointed, while others were happy. Another group of people arrived outside the palace hall. At the very front was an elegant and otherworldly fairy. She was exceptionally intelligent, as if she was the reincarnation of a Luotian. She stepped on a colorful cloud as she arrived. It was Qi Meng. Her clan was also not among the 10 most powerful royal clans, but they had been invited by the other clans in the hope that they could improve their relationship with Yi Fan. Back then, the Qi clan and Yi Fan had an unusual relationship. Everyone hoped that they would come forward to mediate. Greetings, Brother Yi. The people of the Qi clan were all smiles as they came forward to greet him. Yi Fan naturally responded enthusiastically. Back then, the old saint of the Qi clan had blocked the attack of the Fan clan for him. Everyone, please sit. I didn't come back today to settle accounts. I just wanted to ask you about something, said Yi Fan. Those who were not involved had already tactfully retreated. The 10 royal clans were at the front, so they wouldn't offend the divine physique if they retreated now. Staying here for even a second longer was a form of torture. Yi Fan asked the gods' organization. Although he had heard of their general location, it was impossible for him to find their center in such a short time. The 10 royal clans glanced at each other. They didn't expect him to come for the god. They heaved a sigh of relief. Many people's backs were already drenched in sweat. There were indeed important people from the gods' organization in this place. They could occasionally see their traces, but the other clans didn't want to provoke them. Rumor had it that these people were looking for a priceless recipe left behind by Di Zun. It might have been lost in the everlasting star field. Hearing this, Yi Fan was interested and asked what kind of prescription it was. Di Zun delayed his peak for 2,000 years in order to obtain the longevity celestial being. Apart from his heaven-defying methods, he also had an ancient recipe for immortality. Yi Fan was speechless. It seemed like the gods' organization was interested in the things left behind by Di Zun. When they left, many people from the 10 royal clans almost collapsed. The pressure of facing the high and mighty quasi-emperor was too great. Before parting, a dozen drops of blood fell from Yi Fan's finger and fell into a jade jar. He gave it to the Qi clan, which made them very happy and grateful. "Will Brother Yi come back?" Qi Meng blinked her watery eyes and asked. "We will meet again if fate allows it." Yi Fan waved his hand and said in a carefree manner. He took a step forward and disappeared from this place. The Brahmin clan was full of regret after the tension disappeared. They couldn't let go of the fact that they couldn't walk the same path as the Saint Physique. Fan Xian stared blankly at the heavens, all types of emotions welling up in her heart. It was hard to describe what she was feeling right now. She knew that this might be the last time they would see Yi Fan. He wouldn't come back. They were already people from 2 different worlds. He couldn't even be bothered to settle old grudges. Don't worry. In the future, his name will be known throughout the universe. Many people will talk about him. Perhaps one day he will come back to take a look. The old sage of the Qi clan mocked the Sanskrit saint. For a moment, there was no sound. "I need to talk to your master god, the quasi-emperor." Yi Fan was very direct. After finding traces of the members of God's organization, he went straight to the point. "You are the Saint Physique Yi Fan?" That person knew him because back in the Eternal Star region, they had wanted to recruit Yi Fan to become one of them. "That's me," Yi Fan said straightforwardly. "Please wait for a moment." The other party didn't waste any time. He immediately used his divine altar to cross the starry sky to invite important people. Now, everyone had to pay attention to Yi Fan. Even giants like God's organization, the Tao Palace, and the Phoenix Nest had to consider how terrifying the Saint Physique would be when he matured. The white-haired quasi-emperor, the former god, had come. With a sword that shone coldly in the universe, a cauldron that shattered the path of immortality, and celestial being was injured. This was a terrifying quasi-emperor. He had entered this realm many years ago and was one of the leading figures in the world. God's organization attached great importance to Yi Fan. The void split open, and the white-haired sword god and Yi Fan crossed the universe and came to a small planet with beautiful mountains and rivers. One of the celestial mountains was suspended in mid-air, and white mist filled the air. There were palaces and pavilions here, small bridges, and flowing water. It looked tranquil and tranquil. Yi Fan had the confidence to come here. He was on Quasi-Emperor's 6th heaven, and he could trigger the godly restriction. Also, he had the sky-devouring devil jar with him, so he could go anywhere in the world. This place wasn't an important place for God's organization. It was just a secret meeting place. No one knew where the headquarters of God's organization was, and they couldn't find it. "Young man, even if you didn't come to us, we would still visit the celestial court." On the mountain peak, an old man sat cross-legged under an old pine tree. He invited Yi Fan to sit on a futon. This old man had white hair and a youthful face. He was very old, and his eyes were full of wisdom as if he could see through everything in the world. He was unfathomable, and Yi Fan couldn't help but sigh. This organization was indeed extraordinary. This person could really be called a god descending to the mortal world. He must be someone who could compete with the wood-chopping old man and the undying Heaven Empress. He was about to achieve immortality, and there was hope for him to take that last half-step. God, you live up to your reputation. I wonder why Senior wants to visit the celestial court? I'm looking for someone, the old man said. Oh, who is it that even God wants to meet? Yi Fan was surprised. For so many years, we have traveled across the universe and visited the endless stars. We even went to Di Zun's hometown, which is your birthplace, Earth. We have been looking for someone, and we finally found a clue. It turns out that the person is in the celestial court that was established in this era. Is this the will of heaven? He is still living in the celestial court. Even though the two celestial courts are separated by thousands of years, this is enough to indicate some things, the old man sighed. Yi Fan was shocked when he heard that. Chapter 1705. Yi Fan touched his chin. The old man's words had a profound meaning. The person he was looking for was related to the ancient heaven and the venerable emperor. He pointed out things that happened thousands of years ago, which made him think of many things in an instant. Young man, do you believe in reincarnation and reincarnation? Asked the old man. Although his hair was white, his skin was as rosy as a baby's. He looked like an old immortal. I don't believe it. Yi Fan shook his head. He only respected this life and firmly believed that invincibility was the root of everything. This was the foundation of his great path. Once it was shaken, his world would collapse one day. The old man nodded and stood on the edge of the cliff. His white hair danced in the wind and he had a sharp aura. He said, "The venerable emperor said the same thing." Yi Fan was stunned. He knew too little about the venerable emperor. It was rare for someone to be willing to talk, so he naturally listened attentively. He wanted to know everything about the celestial emperor. He never looked back on the road he walked. Standing on the boundless mountain, even if he looked through the fog and saw the future, he would never rely on it, because he believed that the road was full of variables. He only believed that in this life, as long as he was invincible, he could control everything and change everything. No one could stop him. The old man's words made Yi Fan's heart feel unsettled. It was like a vast ocean, raging waves hitting the sky. Wasn't this what he had always believed? The two were really similar. If they were born in the same era, they could be considered close friends. But it is possible that there are two similar flowers in the world. You have to believe it. The old man sighed and stared at Yi Fan. This made Yi Fan stunned. Why did the old man seem to want to talk about him? If there were two similar flowers, could it be that he had some kind of connection with the venerable emperor? This was really shocking. His heart moved, but he quickly calmed down. He would not believe such an argument. He was only himself and could not have any past, nor could he be someone else. Don't misunderstand. Although you said similar things to the venerable emperor, you are very different in other aspects, explained the old god with a smile. What happened in the past? Why did the celestial court collapse one day? How could a powerful venerable sovereign die so suddenly? How could he not be able to pass on the legacy of the celestial court? There were many things that Yi Fan did not understand. If he met someone from God's organization, he would naturally ask them in detail. After all, there were rumors that they were descendants of ancient heaven. There are various complicated reasons. First of all, the longevity celestial being used a similar flower to disturb Di Zun's heart. Then, a change occurred. The old man with the air of a transcendent being was filled with endless emotions. He shook his head helplessly at that period of time. Please enlighten me, Senior. Yi Fan was very interested in the venerable emperor and everything about the ancient heaven. He was full of curiosity. It was a great secret from ancient times. Even if the longevity celestial being is very powerful and had a peak monarch horoscope back then, he wouldn't be able to change anything by himself. What the venerable sovereign does consumes too much energy. As the old man spoke tirelessly, a period of ancient history surfaced. Yi Fan was shocked and yearned for that period of time. The venerable emperor was too powerful. He had a big plan. He forged the immortal cauldron. He didn't want to become an immortal alone. He wanted to lead the celestial court he created to ascend to the immortal realm. Yi Fan was speechless. The ancient heaven was too powerful. Did a sect want to ascend to the immortal realm? At that time, it was not certain that the immortal realm existed. After all, the 9 great celestial beings had not succeeded. The immortal ascension cauldron pierced through the barrier of the immortal realm. At that time, something from the other world seemed to have come to stop and resist the venerable emperor. The longevity celestial being interfered with the venerable emperor at that time. He once guessed that the venerable emperor would abandon them in the end and even settle the score with them mercilessly. At the most crucial moment, the immortal heavenly emperor also came. His swift and fierce attack was too fatal. At this point, the old god's eyes were as sharp as swords. Beams of light flew out and shattered the starry sky. He was sad and angry. Yi Fan was stunned. The immortal heavenly emperor was born at that time. He was in the same era as the venerable emperor? It was too shocking. In the past, although there were similar legends, they had never been confirmed. Most people said that the two were separated by 10,000 years. At that time, the immortal heavenly emperor had not yet achieved the Tao. He was still a young man. The venerable emperor once gave him the highest praise. He said that he had endless potential and that the celestial court could be handed over to him in the future. Yi Fan was stunned when he heard this. This was just too inconceivable. It really was a heaven-shocking great secret. There were actually so many things that happened in the past that weren't known to later generations. Originally, the immortal heavenly emperor was a man who was about to achieve the Tao. He was still quite young and couldn't hurt an emperor realm master. However, the Kunlun clan had a plan. They gave the celestial bell stained with Kunlun's blood to him for temporary use. At the crucial moment, he launched the most terrible attack. At this point, the old god let out a long sigh. He was lonely and full of regret. The celestial court had failed at the last moment. Is that how the venerable emperor died? Yi Fan asked. No, who is the venerable emperor? Even if the longevity celestial being and the immortal heavenly emperor with the celestial bell took action, they couldn't let him die. Since ancient times, in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, he could never meet an opponent. It was because he was called the venerable emperor. The old god's voice was sonorous and very excited. Someone else took action? Yi Fan was surprised. Yes, the venerable emperor didn't just extend his emperor's life for 2,000 years for the longevity celestial being. There were other people, other supreme masters. This news was undoubtedly explosive and made people tremble. In that era, several emperors coexisted. It turned out to be true. The venerable emperor's means were really heaven-defying and admirable. In addition, there were existences from the forbidden zone of life that came out and sublimated. They worked together to stop the venerable emperor who was in a dilemma and trapped in the passage of the celestial realm. At this point, the white-haired old god was already very calm. He was very calm as if he was talking about a very ordinary thing. However, Yi Fan was extremely shocked. What kind of ancient history was this? It was too magnificent. That was the real immortal ascension war. Several emperors attacked together, and it was a great war. Why did they attack the venerable emperor? Didn't they want to become immortals? Yi Fan was puzzled. It's their wishful thinking that once venerable sovereign succeeds, he'll kill all of them and destroy this universe. He'll take back the lifespan granted to them and only bring some of his direct descendants to become immortals, the old man said expressionlessly. This, Yi Fan didn't know what to say. Everything seemed so strange and unreal. He had guessed many things in the past, but only today did he find out part of the truth. Could that battle prove the existence of the celestial realm? It can't be a void realm formed from interweaving laws, right? Yi Fan asked. It can't. After all, the venerable emperor couldn't enter. The old man shook his head. It was impossible to become immortal after suffering the attacks of several emperors. Even though they encountered such a situation, the venerable emperor still didn't die. He retreated and charged into the forbidden zone, killing 2 of them and causing the starry sky to collapse. There were forbidden zones back then too. Yi Fan's thoughts wandered. There were, but the forbidden zones back then weren't in Big Dipper. Those things were even more ancient than the current owners of the forbidden zones. The old man said, How many people had become immortals since ancient times? Did immortals exist? Even the venerable emperor failed. How many heroes sighed towards the heavens? From ancient times until now, not a single person succeeded. Immortals were very far away. Yi Fan's thoughts wandered. Perhaps one day, after he stepped onto the emperor's path, that would become the goal he strived for and worked hard towards. Since ancient times, no one had been able to do it. This was an extreme challenge. If one succeeded, they would feel an incomparable sense of accomplishment. When the venerable emperor retreated from the path of immortality, he was already an arrow at the end of its flight, but he still killed 2 people. In the end, he chose to leave, returning to his birthplace and burying himself. The undying heavenly emperor sealed his own immortal source for 10,000 years. Then, he came out and successfully achieved the Tao. As expected, it was as the venerable emperor had praised in the past. He dominated the final years of the legends, dominating the past, present, and future, starting a period of glory that ordinary people couldn't even imagine. Some people say that the undying heavenly emperor was actually a creature from the celestial realm. Is that true? There is no proof, because no one entered the celestial realm. The old man replied. Yi Fan sighed with regret. In the battle back then, the emperors schemed against each other. Even the venerable emperor sadly fell. It was clear that the truth was more complicated than what he imagined. However, all of this was meaningless. It was all in the past. What is Underworld Emperor like? Yi Fan asked. There would definitely be a battle with the Underworld in the future, so he naturally paid close attention. Underworld Emperor, this person is extremely terrifying, deep and immeasurable. This was the elder's evaluation. Moreover, his expression was serious as he explained a few things. Underworld Emperor was just a title people used now. In the distant past, he had previously been called Underworld Sovereign. The Underworld was a mysterious organization. The one who established it was precisely Underworld Sovereign, or in other words, Underworld Emperor. He had an extremely great background, rumored to have achieved the Tao from an ancient corpse, becoming an emperor of a generation. Before this, that corpse of his was already an unmatched individual who achieved the Tao, his origins shocking. He was the first person to become an emperor from a corpse after death. In reality, even now, this type of Tao had affected many people. The source of the corpse disaster was precisely in the underworld, providing the supreme beings with a type of long life method. This was a type of direction. The underworld was extremely strange, wishing to recreate reincarnation, expounding on a unique long life path. This naturally attracted a few ancient supreme beings. When the Underworld Emperor was asleep, in different eras, there were other people who entered, controlling the underworld and researching this type of method. The underworld had changed many masters, the most famous ones being the masters of several supreme beings, shaking up the world for a period of time. Long Life Celestial Being was one of them. Underworld Emperor's origins are so shocking, even in the legendary era, there was a predecessor, achieving the Tao in 2 worlds. It really is terrifying. This was the first time Yi Fan felt such restraining fear towards Underworld Emperor, believing that the level of danger should have increased by a large amount. Of course, the so-called reincarnation and 2 worlds of body, only the flesh remained unchanged, the primordial spirit had long withered away, and then once again blossomed with divine consciousness flames, already belonging to another creature. This was the direction of the underworld's research on long life, believing that everything else was illusory, only the flesh was immortal, protecting the true self from being destroyed. One day, all of the reincarnation imprints would link up, merging together, and sooner or later, the true self would reappear. At that time, they would be immortals, the past, present, and future merging into one, and thus achieving long life. That was a legendary era that couldn't be traced back or replicated. The things in that era's restricted area were terrifyingly ancient, different from now. The old man also sighed. During the legendary era, the underworld was a life-restricted area, and in the end, it evolved into this, becoming an organization and a terrifying inheritance. Chapter 1706. A blood crow was circling above the moon. Its huge figure covered the sky and covered the Earth. It was thousands of miles long and almost covered the entire small planet, casting a huge shadow on it. In another galaxy, a longma was running wildly, causing the starry sky to tremble violently. It was cultivating a tyrannical, mysterious technique, gathering the essence of the 9 heavens, and devouring the divine splendor of the galaxy. Even further away, a large black dog was muttering to itself. Its head was flickering with light, making it look like a small sun. It was walking back and forth in the sky like a human. At times, it would call out Great Emperor Wuxia, and at other times, it would cry loudly. It seemed to be in a deranged state. Meanwhile, there was also a lightning phoenix in seclusion on the sun. It was shining with dazzling divine halos, and it was shining with 10 different colors. As for the floating divine islands, there were even more strange phenomena. At the center of the island, there was a Bodhi tree swaying with all kinds of radiance. A group of young people was sitting cross-legged, comprehending the great Tao. As for the opposite cliff, there was a small purple qilin hibernating, as if it was going to soar into the sky. Specks of light dripped down. That was the qilin divine medicine. Next to the immortal plant, there was a young man who looked like a divine king. Talismans appeared around his body as he breathed in and out quietly. There was also a little girl who wasn't even 2 years old. Her steps were unsteady, and she couldn't climb up or down. She was cute and mischievous. When the elder from God's organization saw this corner of the celestial court, he couldn't help but sigh. How astonishing was this! There were so many talented people gathered here, and 2 divine medicines had taken root here. The celestial court's future was bright and resplendent. He knew that the celestial court definitely wasn't just limited to these people, and he had only seen a corner of it. At the very least, he had heard of Yi Tong, Xianxia, the human devil, and the sacred prince. This elder wasn't the only one who had come with Yi Fan. The white-haired sword god was also here. As they walked, these 2 supreme experts couldn't help but be moved. Many curious gazes were cast over from the heavenly court, especially from the unreliable large black dog. He suddenly raised his head and suddenly let out a loud cry. His large head shone and he said, "Hey, old man, you died so tragically. You fell to the undying heavenly saber." Anyone would frown upon seeing such a bewitched dog. Wasn't this intentionally cursing people? Ignore it. Recently, this dog has gone crazy, Yi Fan said. No matter what, it was still a guest. How could he curse the death of someone who had just arrived in his territory? Nonsense, this emperor is very good. The large black dog widened his eyes and said in a forlorn tone, "Brat, I can also see you in the future. You'll have white hair and you'll be a hero past his prime. You'll be sitting alone in the dilapidated universe, and all the stars will be shattered. You'll be in complete silence, and there will be nothing else." After saying these words, it raised its head and fell down, no longer breathing. Its entire body was ice cold, and its head no longer shone, returning to normal. Yi Fan frowned. He first apologized to the old man from God's organization, then walked over and pointed his finger at the Black Emperor, who was in a state of cultivation deviation, to wake up. "Don't worry, I don't have any reservations. This old man's body is already half buried in the earth, and I'll meet the sovereign at any time, so why would I fear death? Moreover, I have a premonition that I'll battle against the bloodline of the immortal heavenly emperor sooner or later. It's only a matter of time." The old man didn't mind. The Black Emperor's eyes were blank, and it didn't know what had happened. It didn't know anything, and its head was throbbing with pain, so it denied its prophecy. When it tried to cultivate the prequel secret, its head was throbbing with pain, and it couldn't circulate it. It could only give up. The future is unpredictable, and you'll naturally be punished for forcefully defying the heavens, the old man said in a meaningful voice. He continued to walk in with Yi Fan in tow. That child. The old man from God's organization saw the returning Komatsu, and a bashful smile appeared on his face. He was young and immature, and his face was extremely beautiful. The 2 people from God's organization stared at him for a long time, and they didn't say anything. "This is my disciple. What about him?" Yi Fan asked. He's very extraordinary. The white-haired sword god replied calmly. Is he someone with the immortal blood of Kunlun? The old man squinted his eyes and didn't say anything else. He didn't say anything else even though Yi Fan asked. Komatsu was ethereal and his eyes were sparkling. However, he was a little confused at this moment, and he left in confusion. How about handing this little girl over to me as my disciple? The old man smiled and pointed at little Violet on the cliff. Sure, but she can only be taught in the celestial court, and you can't take her away. Yi Fan said. He had a special feeling for this daughter, and his heart was still palpitating when he saw the tens of thousands of years in the future. No matter what, he couldn't let anything happen to this little girl, and they would never be separated. The old man smiled. They wanted to kidnap him and bring him to the celestial court to sell his life. He could only shake his head and didn't say anything else. Master, are you looking for a melon child? I brought him here. Hua held a giant immortal source upside down, and the divine child inside was baring his fangs and brandishing his claws, cursing continuously. The white-haired sword god didn't feel anything, but the old man's expression was a bit stiff. He squatted down, and without blinking, he looked at the divine child with divine light shooting out from his eyes. It was clear that his emotions weren't calm, and he almost forgot himself as he took the immortal source into his hands. His breathing gradually became hurried as he looked at the divine child. Anyone could see that his emotions were stirred up, and the fluctuations of his emotions became more and more intense. Even his lips were trembling, and in the end, he raised the immortal source with a type of respect. However, the divine child didn't appreciate it at all, and he destroyed the atmosphere. He squinted his eyes and said, "Old man, who are you to dare disturb this young master's peace?" This was originally a fair and clean little fatty, and he was only 2 or 3 years old. He was at the age of simplicity and innocence, but his words were filled with the aura of a gangster, and the old man's fingers immediately trembled. Hey, the old man, be careful. If you break this young master, you won't be able to pay for it. My life is more precious than everyone in the celestial court added together. Pa! When Hua heard this, she directly gave him a slap and said, "If I don't beat you for 3 days, you'll go up the roof and tear the tiles. I haven't taught you a lesson these days, and your skin has become loose again, right? Baldy, don't go too far. This older brother isn't scared. If you have the guts, wait 20 years for me to beat you until your head is full of bumps." The little fatty was full of a bandit's aura, and the old man was a bit dumbstruck. He held him up just like that, and they stared at each other. "Old man, you old pervert, if you dare to look at this older brother's little bird again, I'll pee on your face," the divine child said. He was lifted into the air by the old man, and their positions were indeed facing each other. He was extremely dissatisfied, and he let out a threatening sound. The old man's face twitched. This was different from what he had imagined. This chubby little guy wasn't pure at all. Why did he seem like a little ruffian? Hua didn't care about these things, and directly gave him a beating. This made the little fatty cry out strangely, and he was extremely angry. "Don't hit him." The old man hurriedly stopped him, and he had Yi Fan find a quiet place. He wanted to have a deep conversation. In the end, he chose a secret room, and he laid down layers of symbols to prevent information from leaking out. The old man's expression was extremely serious, and he said seriously, "Can you hand this child over to us?" Before Yi Fan could express his opinion, the divine child himself didn't want to do it. He shouted loudly, "Who are you, you perverted old man? This little grandpa isn't going with you." Hua, drag him out. "Let him talk to the little girl," said Yi Fan. "I'm not going." The divine child cried out in fear. He tossed and turned in the immortal source, and he wouldn't leave even if he was beaten to death. How could his personality be like this? The old man looked at the divine child, and he frowned. Could this still be connected to that person who overlooked the 9 heavens 10 earths, and stood proudly above all of history? "Are you sure he's the one you're looking for?" asked Yi Fan. "I'm sure. In the past, Dizun left behind a divine statue. We've deduced it, and we've restored his appearance throughout his life. From birth to old age, we can all recognize his appearance, said the white-haired sword god. This silly boy is Dizun, a similar flower? Hua's eyes widened in shock, and she couldn't believe everything. The little fatty blinked his eyes in confusion, and he said, "What Dizun? It's none of my business." The old man and the white-haired sword god were speechless. They couldn't say anything, and they didn't know what to say. He's Dizun? What a joke. Is Dizun a fatty? Hua laughed heartlessly, and she didn't believe it at all. Such disrespectful words made the eyebrows of the two people from the god's organization twitch. The little fatty finally understood his value, and he was no longer confused. He put on airs and shouted, "I'm Dizun. You too, throw this damn baldy out, and smack his butt into 18 pieces. The old man and the white-haired sword god looked at each other, and they really suspected that they had found the wrong person. Dizun was so dignified, and he didn't like to smile. How could such a person come from that line? Hee. Hua laughed strangely, and he beat up the divine child as fast as lightning. He said, "So, Dizun is like this. Damn fatty, let me beat you up first, and I'll be proud when I mention you in the future. Dizun, that fatty, was beaten up by me before. Wayaya, I'm going to kill you. Don't force me to break my celestial source. Once I come out to cultivate, I'll suppress all of you." The little fatty threatened. This pair of clowns made people not know whether to laugh or cry. When Yi Fan asked Hua to take the little fatty out, the old man told them the truth. The divine child wasn't the same flower as Dizun, but he was most likely Dizun's son, the only descendant. Back then, it was said that there was a young master in the celestial court, but no one saw him. He didn't appear even after Dizun passed away. For this rumor, the divine child searched through the ages, visited many ruins, and connected countless pieces of history. In this era, it was finally confirmed that the bloodline had fallen into the hands of Yi Fan. Yi Fan touched his chin. He looked into the little fatty's consciousness, and it was a vast expanse of emptiness. There were only fragments related to Earth, and there were cries of all living beings and grand sacrificial sounds. It was as if they were burying an ancient emperor. If this was true, how shocking would it be? The son of Dizun, the power of his bloodline was heaven-defying. If it's Dizun's bloodline, why isn't there his celestial scripture in the consciousness, and why isn't there any entrustment from him? Yi Fan said. Perhaps Dizun believed that his child would surpass him one day, and there was no need to leave the celestial scripture for him, the old man said. He thought about the records in the ancient books, and he was even more convinced that Dizun was such a person. Yi Fan pondered, feeling that something wasn't right. He reserved his opinion about the little fatty's true origins. "Master, it's bad." At this moment, Hua rushed in. Her face was full of anxiety, and she said, "Brother Yi Tong has been heavily injured by someone." Yi Fan stood up and walked out in large strides. From afar, he saw Yi Tong sitting under the Bodhi tree. His entire body was covered in blood, and the space between his eyebrows was dim. Blood energy was rising, and he was using a secret technique to heal himself. There was a black gas in his body that didn't disperse, and it was difficult to expel it from his body. It corroded his primordial spirit and flesh, and it was difficult to remove in a short period of time. Yi Fan walked forward, and a beam of celestial light entered Yi Tong's body. He used supreme magic power to suppress the black gas, and after a moment, it was restrained. The netherworld demon god, the third divine general under the undying heavenly emperor. I didn't expect him to still be alive. The old man revealed a serious expression. The phoenix nest was about to take action, and they wanted to secretly get rid of the great figures of the celestial court. Even the netherworld demon god had come into being to personally kill Yi Tong. "It's time to have a showdown with the phoenix nest," Yi Fan said coldly. Chapter 1707. Yi Tong's injuries were very serious. If not for the fact that he had cultivated the line formula to perfection and the unparalleled fighter formula, he might not have been able to return. With Yi Fan's help, the blood energy in his body surged and the demonic energy was expelled. His broken bones grew back and his shattered organs healed. His dim primordial spirit also began to shine. As the quasi-emperor, Yi Tong had fought with the ancient prince and suffered such heavy injuries. From this, one could see how dangerous that battle had been. He had almost died. Yi Fan's eyes flickered with flames. He couldn't forget the future he had seen. It was the undying Heaven Empress and the underworld who had attacked Yi Tong and Komatsu, who were protecting little Violet, into a bloody mist. Now, this tragic situation had almost happened ahead of time. His killing intent was revealed. Being passive wasn't his character. Since he understood some things, he had to do everything he could to stop it. Master, the Anlin star has been destroyed by a single palm. Huahua received the new situation and went forward to report. Her face was pale. Yi Fan's expression became even more gloomy and ugly. He didn't speak for a long time. That star was guarded by the celestial court and was destined to become cosmic dust. That was the star that Komatsu and Xianxia had gone to. They had cultivated there and gained experience. It was clear that that person wanted to target them and kill them all with a single palm. The only fortunate thing was that Komatsu had returned and hadn't encountered that person. "Where's Xianxia?" Yi Fan asked. The situation was already quite clear. Phoenix Nest was going to deal a fatal blow, setting the resolution to get rid of Yi Fan's 3 great disciples. It was because these 3 all became half-emperors, heaven-warping talents that made them worry. "I don't know where he went. He went to cultivate alone and consolidate his Tao." Someone said. Anyone who went out would report their whereabouts so that they could contact and support them. However, Xianxia had recently become the quasi-emperor and needed to travel alone to comprehend her own Tao. She had temporarily lost contact with the celestial court. Junior brother said that he wanted to take a look at his hometown and reminisce about everything there. Perhaps the scenery will bring back memories and allow him to gain more insights. Komatsu arrived quietly. The blood crow on the moon flew down and received the news from the transportation gate. It told them that the human race's 50th pass had been smashed to pieces by Kun Tian Divine General's fist. The stars in the vicinity had all collapsed. The 3 divine generals of the Phoenix Nest, the spectral demon god, the sun moon, and Kun Tian, had all appeared. In order to kill Yi Fan's 3 disciples, they were serious. Hearing this news, the people under the Bodhi tree were silent. The 8 divine generals had followed the undying heavenly emperor and were all extremely powerful. Even if they had not recovered their former mana, they were not people that a person who had just become the quasi-emperor could contend with. This is too much. Many people's eyes were red with envy. Xianxia was a forthright person. Whenever she went out to battle, she would always be at the forefront. She would often compete with others in drinking and was deeply respected by the heavenly soldiers and generals. "I'm going to take a look," Yi Fan said, his killing intent aroused. "Calm down. We will join forces with the palace and God's organization. Now, we should focus on the big picture and strike at the critical moment." The Black Emperor stopped him. "I'm very calm. If I don't respond, they will find it strange. I'll go kill them all and numb them," Yi Fan replied calmly. "Who knows if they are luring the snake out of its hole and deliberately setting up an ambush to lure you into the trap?" The Black Emperor said, and the others thought the same. "I know what I'm doing. This time, I will definitely hurt them and make them gather their strength. This will save us the trouble of annihilating them one by one," Yi Fan said. The Celestial Court, the palace, and God's organization wanted to form an alliance because they wanted the various forces of the Phoenix Nest to gather together and wipe them out in one fell swoop. Yi Fan's trip was to add fuel to the fire. "About the matter of Xianxia, can we talk about it in detail after this battle?" Yi Fan asked the old god. "No problem." The old man agreed readily. Whether it was the underworld or the Phoenix Nest, they were both enemies of God's organization. Moreover, they had a relationship with Xianxia. The Black Emperor, Yi Tong, Qi Luo, and the others were in charge of negotiating with the palace and God's organization. There was going to be a big battle, and they could not be half-hearted. They had to make clear which taboo methods to use. What was reassuring was that when they opened the treasury and took out Xiangshi's soul lamp, they found that it was still lit. He had not died. Even so, Yi Fan had to leave. The old god squinted his eyes and said, "You can leave alone without worry?" Aren't you afraid that we will forcefully take away Xianxia and harm the celestial court? Yi Fan smiled and did not say anything. Big brother, be careful on the road. In the distance, a little girl ran over and walked with little Z. The two beautiful and delicate little girls were like porcelain dolls. The old god's hair stood on end, and he felt a bone-chilling cold. He had goosebumps all over. He felt like he was facing an ancient beast that could devour all living things in the world. He immediately shut his mouth and did not say anything. However, great waves surged in his heart. This was the Tao fruit of a great emperor. Seeing was believing. Just like that, how many tens of thousands of years had passed in the mortal world? How heaven-defying! God's organization had a long history. They had once been to the Big Dipper. Many tens of thousands of years ago, an old quasi-emperor had encountered little Nan Nan there. He had been scared out of his wits. This secret was recorded in a yellowed handwritten book of God's organization. She has not been destroyed. She is still living in the world of mortals. This is too shocking. He could not calm down. Old man, you are too stupid. Have you never seen Sister Nan Nan? What a country bumpkin. Not far away, Xianxia looked at the old god with disdain. He tried to please little Nan Nan, but he refused to go near her. He was afraid that his spirit would be lost. A great fog floated past and covered the entire sky. Yi Fan walked alone and used the secret technique of the celestial scripture to sweep through the star field ruled by the phoenix nest. Dozens of stars successively, many leaders of the phoenix nest lost their heads. He did not massacre them, but this method of only taking the heads of important people made people even more anxious. Yi Fan came. He first used the celestial scripture and then the Sun Mother scripture. His whole body shone brightly and he attacked like lightning. He directly attacked the phoenix nest. News spread from time to time, and the calm universe was once again stirred up. Yi Fan killed 27 experts, and they were all the backbone of the phoenix nest. He moved forward and had no intention of stopping. His sword went straight to the phoenix nest in the depths of the universe. Clothes fluttered and blood flew. In a short day, Yi Fan had killed 54 experts of the phoenix nest. They were all characters overseeing a region. Some of them were servants of the phoenix nest, while others were experts of the present age who had defected to the phoenix nest and become a commander. In the end, they were ruthlessly killed by Yi Fan. Without a doubt, the news was explosive. All the great powers in the universe were stunned. What was Yi Fan trying to do? Was he going to start a war without any regard for the consequences? After this conflict, one of the two organizations had to be destroyed. There was no way to resolve this peacefully. Over the past 20 years, all sides had been very restrained. Although they were fighting in secret, there were no signs of large-scale conflict. Yi Fan's sudden and fierce purge as he advanced along a path of blood shocked the entire universe. Oh, I heard that Yi Fan's disciple, Xianxia, was killed. He's panicking and wants to avenge his disciple no matter what. The latest news is that the holy physique Yi Fan has been ambushed. The 3 divine generals of the Phoenix Nest have been stationed in different regions and have been waiting for him for a very long time. They've begun a great battle. Yi Fan and Kun Tian have encountered each other and unleashed an earth-shaking attack. The former divine general of the 8 divisions coughed up large mouthfuls of blood and almost died. The news arrived one after another and shocked everyone. The last piece of news in particular left many people dumbfounded. It had only been 20 years, yet Yi Fan had already become so powerful? The Phoenix Nest has torn open the universe. The undying Empress has taken action. When the last piece of news arrived, this was no longer a small disturbance. Instead, it was a universal earthquake. A vast war was about to begin and would engulf the entire world. The Empress and the other 2 divine generals hurried over, but they were all too late. They failed to stop Yi Fan. He had almost killed Divine General Kun Tian and swaggered off. What a powerful holy physique. Even the former divine generals of the 8 divisions of the undying heavenly emperor couldn't do anything to him and had almost been killed. Just how powerful is he? After that day, an extremely tense atmosphere pervaded the universe. Everyone knew that a great war was unavoidable. The undying empress would definitely not let this matter rest. There's someone in the celestial court that even the empress fears. Otherwise, she would have flattened them directly. People thought of the past emperor. He had mobilized a large force, only to return in defeat in the end. What does the empress fear? When she fought with the celestial emperor, she's seen all kinds of heroes. Is there anyone who can compare to the celestial emperor? The undying empress made appeared. She struck a divine drum and began to gather generals. This was the celestial emperor's general drum. It had been forged by all the races in the universe and presented to the celestial emperor. As long as this drum was sounded, all the races would rush over and obey the command. This drum was too mysterious. As soon as it sounded, the ancestral lands of many races shone brightly. The drum's sound was like a clap of thunder that resounded throughout the universe. The universe was in turmoil. No one had thought that this drum would sound again after being silent for so many years. Some people set out on a journey. Of course, most of the great races remained silent and didn't listen to the summons. So many years had passed, so who would still care about the ancestors' oath? The undying empress didn't gather the armies of the various races but to summon the 8 divisions of divine generals. The woodcutter's eyes shone brilliantly. That's right. Some of the divine generals have already passed away. I think she's trying to summon the first divine general and use him to kill the celestial emperor and deal with that little girl from the celestial court. The old man from God's organization had a solemn expression. If the first divine general appeared, it would definitely cause a great storm. He was someone who dared to compete with the undying heavenly emperor. Everyone was saying that he could achieve the Tao. What do you think? What else can we do? Let's kill. The celestial court, Tao Palace, and God's organization had finally joined forces and were about to attack. I'm not late, right? I finally made it in time. Pang Bo returned to the celestial court with a peerless beauty. It was Yen Ryu. Last time, Pang Bo and the Black Emperor had gone out to cultivate together. They had accidentally found the Azure Emperor's descendant on a star and seen the demonic Emperor weapon in her hand. Now, he had invited Yen Ryu and borrowed the second Emperor weapon to participate in the battle. Dong dong. The Emperor drum rumbled and shook the universe. Those who didn't want to participate in the battle found that their ancestral lands were on the verge of collapse. This was a type of wish power. The great races that had sworn to follow the undying heavenly emperor and had sprinkled their ancestral blood on the altars of their ancestral lands were now being sought out by the wish power. If they didn't fight, they would have to pay a heavy price. No one had expected the emperor drum to be so terrifying. Even after so many years, its demonic nature and divine might were still there. The situation isn't good. The underworld seems to be making a move as well. They seem to want to make a move. The Black Emperor frowned. They had been paying attention to that colossus at all times and had discovered some clues. No matter. The underworld emperor doesn't appear and the ancient supreme beings don't appear. They can't change the situation even if they send out some experts. We can't underestimate the underworld. Since they've made a move and even the emperor drum has appeared, there's no need for us to hold back. The old god said with a serious expression. He knelt on the ground devoutly and placed an incense table in worship. Then he solemnly opened a stone box and took out a dim bugle horn. He blew it himself. Woo-woo. When the bugle horn sounded, the 8 extremities of the universe were shocked. Many people didn't know what it was, but they discovered that the summon from the emperor drum had been cancelled out. Of course, there were some supreme races who came to their senses and said, "It's the war horn of the venerable sovereigns. He's summoning us to fight." No one had expected the storm to grow bigger and bigger. Vaguely, a great battle that would engulf the universe was about to begin. Chapter 1708. Woo-woo. A desolate bugle horn sounded in a corner of the universe. On a desolate star, a young man wearing beast skin clothes walked in the mountains. He opened his eyes and looked into the distance. He softly muttered to himself, "After so many years, I can still hear the sound of the bugle horn. It really isn't easy." Then he put down the prey on his shoulder and walked to the thatched cottage in the distance. He took out a black hard bow and a stone rod before disappearing from where he was. Thump, thump, muffled drum sounds rumbled. The four extremes of heaven and earth, the 8 great desolates of the cosmos, began to tremble again. The Sky Emperor General's summoning drum was beating, the sound like a mad bull stamping on the great earth, rumbling deafeningly. This kind of sound was too vast. Just now, it had been suppressed by the bugle horn for a moment, but in the end, it immediately shook again. It was like raging waves beating against the shore, and the universe was resonating. We can't do it anymore. This is the call of the heavenly sovereign. My ancestor has already sworn an oath, and the curse has been branded into the blood of his descendants. If we don't participate in the battle, a disaster will descend. Different voices sounded from all over, all of them extremely shocked. Endless years had already passed, yet the oaths of the past sounded again. In the ancestral land of the Herculean devil ox race, the divine statue that was consecrated high up was shaking violently. It emitted a radiance that was tens of thousands of zhang long. It was as if a deity was angry. Several old bulls were resisting with all their might. Their blood was burning like a sharp sword cutting through dead wood. Their bodies were on the verge of disintegration. An ancient voice reverberated within the ancestral land. As thou hast sworn, thy soul shall not scatter. Heed my call and fight for thy life. This was like a demonic curse that transmitted over from the ancient times. The sound carried an ancient feeling, terrifying and astonishing, making one's blood boil in response. If one complied, the powerful would become even more powerful, erupting with endless radiance. If he resisted, his entire body would be bathed in tribulation fire, and he would suffer the great tribulation of his inner demons. He would be in unbearable pain. This unforeseen event occurred in various parts of the universe. The ancient ancestors of the various races swore a divine blood oath to the heavenly sovereign. It was engraved in their blood and was binding on their descendants. This result was too shocking, making many great clans' expressions change. They gathered in their ancestral lands to discuss countermeasures, doing everything they could to resist. What to do? This was a choice many powerful races had to make. The ancient sky drum sounded in this era. Would the battalions of the past obey? This was a difficult decision. If there was a choice, no one would be willing to get involved in a bloody battle. Woo-woo, the Emperor Venerable bugle horn sound was bleak, its penetrative force even stronger, suppressing the Emperor Sovereign's drum sounds, alleviating the danger of many great clans, making them feel much better. Many cultivators rushed in the direction of Di Zun's horn, using it to fight against the Sky Emperor drum. It's time to make a decision. There's no time to waste. One was the Venerable Sovereign's bugle horn, and the other was the Heavenly Sovereign's war drum. Both sounded at the same time. The various clans had to make a decision as soon as possible. There was no time to lose. Heed the call of the undying Heavenly Emperor and fight. Kill, enter the universe battlefield, for the oath of our ancestors, for the promise we once made to protect, march towards the heavens. After struggling and thinking about it, quite a few great clans moved out, rushing in the direction where the heavenly drum sounded. They were going to carry out the most terrifying and bitter battle. Groups of powerhouses cut through the starry sky and flew towards the star field where the phoenix nest was located. In the end, there were so many figures that they covered the sky and covered the earth. This was a flood that gathered together. Stargates continuously opened, turning this place into a sea of experts. The true battle hadn't even begun, but the atmosphere was already oppressive to the extreme. The enormous phoenix nest was as red as blood, built from phoenix wood. It stretched across the cosmos, and a beautiful and alluring woman stood on it. There were several divine generals protecting her. Her style was unmatched, and her cold voice rang through this place. The glory of the undying heavenly emperor, immortal throughout the ages, is now being trampled underfoot. What do we do? What do we do? We naturally have to fight to the end and protect the dignity of the heavenly emperor. Fight! Below, mountains were toppling and seas were overturning. Endless angry roars rang out. This part of the cosmos was trembling, spreading into the distance. Countless creatures in the endless star fields were all trembling. Countless experts roared. Their voices combined together like thunder exploding, shaking the heavens and earth. The entire cosmos was rumbling. And at this time, the undying Heaven Empress on the blood-colored phoenix nest started to personally beat the drum, gathering generals. Her figure was graceful, fair and beautiful, and her pair of snow-white arms were seriously beating the drum. There was a special charm to her. The sound of the drum was oppressive, like a surging ocean tearing apart the heavens. It swept upwards and spread to all corners of the cosmos. In the end, it was like a million troops slaughtering each other, roaring proudly between heaven and earth. This kind of rhythm was very terrifying. It made the souls of all the nearby experts shine. Hot blood surged and all of their blood vessels surged. They wanted nothing more than to immediately fight. And at this moment, the reactions of all sides in the cosmos were even greater. They were summoned by the war drum and attacked by the divine sound. All of them were trembling and resonating with it. All the powerful races that had sworn a heart demon oath couldn't bear it any longer. If they didn't come, they might be heading towards self-destruction. Fight for the undying heavenly emperor. Blood splatters in outer space, slash open the heavens. Fight. Like a surging flood, the experts from all over couldn't help but roar. There were even more extraordinary characters who set out on this journey. They couldn't bear it any longer. The undying heavenly emperor was once regarded as a supreme deity by many great races throughout the cosmos. He was omnipotent and sat high up in the 9 heavens. Now they all came out. In the ancient past, there were just too many people who revered him. On a desolate star, a white-haired old man wearing coarse hemp clothes was farming. He let out a long sigh and threw down the work in his hands. He walked towards a stone stronghold not far away and pulled out a lame horse. He flipped over and mounted it. A strand of light erupted where he stood and the old man and the sick horse disappeared together. Not long after, he appeared in the army near the blood-colored phoenix nest. He was very unremarkable, but his turbid eyes carried nostalgia and the marks of the past. As he looked at the graceful figure above the phoenix nest, his expression was a bit complicated. The undying Heaven Empress seemed to have sensed something. She suddenly turned around, but there was only a void without a shadow. Moreover, the people nearby didn't sense anything special. Woo-woo. The venerable emperor's war horn was like a gale passing through, like the angry roar of a hero. There was a kind of vigor and forcefulness to it. It was as if an ancient deity was summoning heroes from the ends of the boundless ancient earth, bringing with it a kind of savage aura. The sound of the horn became louder and louder. Naturally, it cancelled out the sound of the war drums in this cosmos. Many people flocked over here, asking for protection. Moreover, there were even more ancient battalions that gathered because of the horn. These were the tribes of the past celestial court's divine generals. They had been awakened and many people were excited. The venerable emperor's glory and invincible glory cannot be blasphemed even after the ancient times. No one can provoke him. The undying heavenly emperor, this sinner, must be settled. Some people roared in anger and unwillingness. They wanted to fight to the death and sweep away the humiliation of the past. They wanted the celestial court to once again shine with resplendent splendor. Rumble. Thousands of troops and horses galloped forward. The experts that gathered here were definitely not less than those gathered in front of the phoenix nest. The barbarian cavalry roared. Their armor clanked and their spears flickered with cold light. 1,000,000 lions were forming an alliance. Among them, there was a youth dressed in beast skin. He carried a black hardbow on his back and a stone rod in his hand. He stood in the sea of people with his clear eyes. He looked at the war horn being blown by the old deity. His expression was a bit strange as he sank into his memories. Tens of thousands of years had passed, and the smoke of the mortal world had dispersed several times. After countless years, the undying heavenly emperor's war drum sounded. The venerable emperor's war horn sounded, shaking the starry sky. The whole world was in chaos. Everywhere was boiling. Many great clans had set off to participate in the war. In front of the celestial court, Yi Fan, the Black Emperor, Pang Bo and the others were all deeply moved. The influence of the two great supreme beings in the past was too great. With the sound of the drum and the sound of the horn, many inheritances of the present day paled in comparison. Their potential troops were too great. After so many years, they could still gather. What was a foundation? This was it. Once the order was issued, even if millions of years had passed, there were still as many followers as clouds. The military divisions filled the sky, and the universe moved because of them. When can our celestial court also be like this? With a wave of our arm, no one will dare to disobey. Pengbosit. There's no time to think about this. This time, things have exceeded our expectations. We must prepare for the worst. Black Emperor, you stay by little Nan Nan's side. Don't leave her even half a step. Protect this place together with her. Yi Fan reminded. This war was unavoidable. A great war was bound to break out. Time flashed, and it was as if thousands of years had passed in an instant. The war had arrived. The mobilization order resounded throughout the world, and killing intent filled the sky. On a divine island, Yi Fan and the woodcutter old man stood together. Behind them was an endless army, and on the other side were the people of God's organization. The old deity was still blowing the horn, summoning the remaining descendants of the ancient heaven. There's no other choice. There must be a battle today. Back then, the immortal heavenly emperor betrayed Dizun and launched a sneak attack, causing the ancient heaven to fail in ascending to immortality. He is a sinner of all ages and should be punished by the whole world. Time has passed, and the bloodline of the immortal heavenly emperor still hasn't given up. They vainly want to start a war again. In this era, there will be no compromise, and we will not avoid war. Although the ancient heaven has collapsed, the war spirit has never dissipated. We must fight to the death to settle the karma of the past and this life. Many people roared in anger. The old deity was even more impassioned. His snow-white hair danced in the wind, and his body was trembling. He berated and was about to start a great war. The void collapsed, and row after row of star doors appeared. All the warships and armored cavalry were mobilized, advancing forward. Bathe in the blood of deities, step on the corpses of demons, and engage in the most glorious battle. The people in front of the phoenix nest were also shouting. The immortal heavenly empress words were sonorous, boosting morale. Because at this time, the star doors had connected here. The great war was inevitable, and the endless army had arrived. An entire island flew out. Yi Fan and the woodcutter elder stood on it, looking down on all directions. Their powerful auras weren't concealed in the slightest as they rushed in all directions. With a schwa sound, the people on the island all disappeared, rushing towards the phoenix nest. Regardless of whether it was Yi Fan or the woodcutter elder, they both released powerful auras to oppress the troops of the immortal heavenly emperor. We meet again, but this time, you are nothing. Divine General Kun Tian rushed over to face Yi Fan. His face was filled with endless killing intent. His aura was many times stronger than before, powerful to the point where it was a bit abnormal. Everyone's minds jumped. Be careful, he definitely ate the residue of the 9 Revolutions immortal pill. The medicinal strength dissolved and healed his injuries, and it might even allow him to display his true strength from before the archaic times. Quasi-Emperor Shan Huang reminded. He was an old rooster who had unintentionally entered a collapsed immortal cave and ate this type of thing. He was extremely sensitive towards this type of aura. Everyone's minds jumped. The phoenix nest had the residue of the 9 Revolutions immortal pill. This was truly heaven-defying. Before the archaic times, when our 8 divine generals appeared, who could stop them? Even the 9th heavenly layer quasi-emperor who was on the verge of achieving the Tao was killed. What can a 6th heavenly layer person like you amount to? Kun Tian roared loudly. The divine force in his body surged like the sea as he rushed over furiously. He was almost killed by Yi Fan last time, and this was viewed by him as the greatest humiliation of his life. Right here, right now, I will remove your head. Yi Fan only had these words. The great decisive battle was about to begin. Chapter 1709. Kun Tian took a step and the world collapsed. let alone the region where Yi Fan was. Even many of the Empyrean's subordinates in the Phoenix's nest suffered. They collapsed on the spot, reduced to a bloody mist. This only demonstrated just how violent his fury and might were. Kun Tian's long hair was as imposing as swords, standing on end as battle chi surged and blazed around him. He was like a great ball of fire, burning through the universe as he charged over. Rumble! He swung his fist, and the sun, moon, and stars flowed in reverse, surging with the power of his punch and shaking up the entire region. This was equivalent to clearing the battlefield. Apart from Yi Fan and himself, there was no one else in the region. Everyone had retreated, leaving behind a vast battlefield. His presence was just too powerful, so powerful that no one could endure it. All those who did not retreat died, reduced to bone fragments and blood mist. The entire region of space withered away. Yi Fan's eyes shone brightly. He formed a seal with both hands, and 81 dragons immediately flew out, all roaring as they charged towards the divine general Kun Tian. Roar! The huge, green dragons danced through the air. Every single one of them was several tens of thousands of kilometers long, covered in thick scales. They crossed the region of space and destroyed many of the asteroids in the distance. The dragons coiled around, destroying everything. What's the so-called sacred body? Kun Tian roared out. His fist fell, directly striking the 81 dragons. A great explosion occurred there. Boundless light shone as the region of space collapsed. The dragons charged back. The 81 dragon heads unfurled, devouring the sun, moon, and stars. The white river of stars rose up like a waterfall, colliding with the tremendous punch. As soon as they clashed, the two of them were already so intense. With a great rumble, many dragons collapsed, their bones broken and tendons severed by the punch. Their blood flowed. However, the dragon in the middle had a gash on his fist as well, causing his blood to splatter everywhere and dye the sky red. The sacred body is nothing, but it's enough to kill you. Yi Fan's cold voice rang out. He rode his dragon, and several dozen dragons swooped down. He was like an emperor that ruled over the world as he pressed forward. It's far from enough. Today, in order to determine the winner and loser, it's a matter of life and death. Even a divine body is not enough. He's just a dead soul and a skeleton under the feet of the 8 divine generals. Kun Tian said. He stood there and pulled back his fist. He opened his hand, allowing the blood to drip down from his wound. Soon after, this place became dark red. The blood gathered drop by drop, quickly forming a vast ocean without end. It was hard to imagine how a person's body could contain so much blood. That type of blood was too terrifying, releasing a sinister demonic nature that devoured heaven and earth. Even a few small planets fell down, landing inside, producing large amounts of ocean spray. This left everyone horrified. Heaven and earth became a scarlet-red expanse, vast and boundless, making it so that no one could react in time. They were instantly submerged by the blood, vast and mighty. Yi Fan was taken aback. This terrifying divine ability was truly a bit strange. It actually relied on blood to lay out a cage and trap him inside. Once I recover to my peak condition and return to that realm of cultivation from before the primordial era, all the people who have made me bleed will be buried with me. The divine general Kun Tian's voice rumbled like glaciers in the harsh winter. Really? You're welcome to try. Yi Fan said. Several dozen dragons swooped down before him, wanting to rip open the sea of blood and charge out of the terrifying ocean of blood. The result was shocking. Several dozen dragons swooped over and were riddled with holes from the blood. Large swathes of their flesh fell off, revealing their white bones. Every single dragon was several tens of thousand kilometers long and possessed boundless divine power. A single spiral could knock down quite a few stars, yet they had ended up like this. Yi Fan's eyes turned cold. This person really was terrifying. The 8 divine generals lived up to their reputation. They had yet to fully recover, yet they were already behaving like this. However, he was not afraid. He spread out his hand and several dozen dragons turned into divine power, merging into his palm. He personally took action. His right hand sliced forward, and the sea of blood rumbled violently, splitting it in half. Even the space there had been cut open, creating a path. Hong! Waves struck the heavens and blood filled the vast sky. In an instant, the great crack in space closed up. Moreover, all sorts of white bones appeared in the sea. They were all experts who had died under this secret technique in the past, and there was no lack of people whose cultivation realm was even higher than Yi Fan's. Raging waves immediately beat against the shore. Great waves overflowed into the sky. Quasi-Emperor's white bones appeared one after another in the sea of blood. They actually grew flesh and blood. These corpses temporarily recovered their former divine abilities. They roared together and charged forward. This scene was a bit terrifying. Summoning ancient heroic spirits to participate in battle would definitely shock the heavens if news of this got out. Even Yi Fan couldn't help but sigh. As expected of someone who had followed the undying heavenly emperor. Just this secret technique alone was enough to leave his name in history. If this technique was developed and perfected, it wouldn't be inferior to the great emperor's secret technique. Heaven's origin immortal pupil, burn all things and transform all spirits. Yi Fan calmly said. He used a powerful law secret technique. This was something he had comprehended in recent years. It allowed his Heaven's origin immortal pupil to advance a step further. Not only could he see through the fabrications, he could also fight. This was the product of the Yuan Taoist master's fusion of many secret techniques. It was a forbidden domain secret technique that he had created. Fan's pupil glistened brightly. The radiance it shot out made the sun, moon, and stars in the heavens dim. The heroic spirits of the great emperors all cried out miserably. Their flesh and blood that had just been born instantly turned into white smoke and began to burn fiercely. The dead were dead. How could they be compared to the real thing? The radiance shot out by Yi Fan's celestial pupil burned the universe. The starry sky collapsed, and they couldn't endure it. This most sacred and auspicious beam of light was fatal to them. The origin technique could change the heavens and earth and reconstruct the sun, moon, and stars. If it continued to develop, it could also rearrange the essence of life. How could these heroic spirits that had long been lost resist? Spurt, spurt, as the corpses of the quasi-emperor fell back into the sea of blood, the place fell silent, without a single sound. Yi Fan strode forward. The immortal light in his eyes flickered startlingly, illuminating an eternal path. He had already seen where the divine general Kuan Tian was. He was going to fight. Yi Fan's strength had exceeded Kuan Tian's expectations. The heaven's origin immortal pupil did not exist in the primordial times. It was so mysterious that it could illuminate through everything. It had destroyed all of his heroic spirits in the sea of blood, which shocked him. Clearly, this was a secret technique created later on that countered his laws and ways. Originally, the sea of blood would grow stronger and stronger as more and more experts were slain, but it was completely useless today. The divine general Kuan Tian roared out. The sea of blood vanished, and the sun, moon, and stars revolved around his hands. He had dug up an actual universe and condensed it in his hands before slamming it towards Yi Fan. He was borrowing the power of the universe to suppress Yi Fan, to suck him in and seal him away forever. In the distance, all the experts saw this. Their hairs all stood on end as chills ran down their spines. Just how heaven-defying was this? Those who had once followed the undying heavenly emperor truly were anything but simple. Their strength had yet to recover, yet they were already so terrifying. Boom! The violent gust of wind from the punch surged. Yi Fan's punch smashed through the universe. Kuan Tian charged over and clashed with Yi Fan openly, engaging in a forceful clash. Blood sprayed everywhere as the laws of the world rumbled. The world completely shattered. In the blink of an eye, Yi Fan and Kuan Tian had exchanged over 100 blows. It was an intense clash, a battle of life and death. It was far more intense than a battle of over 1,000 blows normally. They were fighting with their lives on the line, burning their eternal divine power and standing in the forbidden region. The slightest mistake would result in the destruction of their souls. In the past, a battle like this would decide life and death in a few blows even if they were evenly matched. However, the two of them had exchanged over 100 blows now, which was more than enough to demonstrate just how intense it was. The divine general Kun Tian had followed the undying heavenly emperor and fought his entire life. He had received guidance and teachings from living emperors, so how many people in the world could match up to his experience? However, to his surprise, Yi Fan's skill in battle had reached the peak of perfection, actually surpassing his own. All he could rely on was his experience, which left him horrified. Spurt. Blood sprayed everywhere. This was the 7th time Yi Fan had smashed through Kun Tian's fist, reducing him to a bloody mess and heavily injuring him. Yi Fan was injured too. He had been injured by a secret technique from his opponent. The laws of the world were formless, so he could even kill a master of the quasi-emperor's level without him noticing. Only a wound had appeared on Yi Fan, but it made Kun Tian's heart pound violently. He knew this battle was destined to be very difficult. He had encountered an invincible figure from the age of the heavenly emperor, but he was not at his peak condition, so something was probably going to happen. Yi Fan was very surprised too. There was actually someone who could endure his punch. Although it was only a gentle brush and not a true clash, with laws surging, it was still shocking enough. Bathed in the blood of the heavenly emperor and tempered by Master's immortal blood, my fist has actually been injured, unable to block his emperor's fist. This is unforgivable. Kun Tian roared inside. His fists, his unmatched palm fingers, they were even more important than his life. After experiencing the undying heavenly emperor's blood tempering, they could destroy all living things. Now, he actually encountered this kind of young junior, making his conviction waver. He had once looked down on an entire era as well. Thinking back to the glorious past, he had fought against 100 races and was revered as a divine general, ruling over the myriad worlds. Just how many people could stand against him? Kun Tian felt pressured. He felt like even when he was in his prime in the past, if he fought against Yi Fan at the same level of cultivation, he might not be Yi Fan's opponent. He might even suffer a crushing defeat. As soon as he thought of this, his heart skipped a beat. This young man was far too terrifying. Boom! Yi Fan did not hide his power at all, crushing down with the Golden Emperor's fist like a primordial beast. Their fists truly collided. Profound light erupted and blood splattered everywhere. The divine general's fist was shattered. His finger bones flew out and his flesh was torn apart. A bloody mist rose into the air. This sight stunned everyone. There was no longer any suspense in this battle. The divine general was defeated. His face was haggard as he staggered backwards, staring at his shattered fists. This was his pride in the past. His fists had swept through the universe, refined by the phoenix's blood, making them invincible, yet it had been shattered by someone today. It filled him with misery. This was not something that could be explained by his lack of vigor. The strength of his fists had never weakened, but they had still been shattered. This is no longer my Archean era. The divine general let out a desolate sigh. The glorious past could no longer return. All of his glory had been buried in the Archean era. Even though he was dejected, even though he was miserable, the battle still had to continue. The laws and divine chains of order between the two of them erupted, weaving into an eternal divine diagram that shook up the stars. Spurt! Kun Tian's arms exploded, reduced to a bloody pulp. Spurt, spurt, the sounds rang out constantly. Yi Fan struck out repeatedly with his palms and fingers. The divine general's legs, chest, head, and so on exploded one by one. Shattered bones flew into the air and blood splattered everywhere. Chapter 1710. The divine general of a generation had once stood tall, had once been invincible, and had once been glorious. His life had ended in this era. Just like how he let out a desolate sigh, this was no longer his era. This was no longer the primordial era in his heart. All of his glory had been buried in the past, gone forever. The arrival of a golden age, an age of war, was destined to be filled with resplendent stars. This should be much more terrifying than their era. As for Yi Fan, he was an assassin with an imperial bloodline who had broken free from the ancient prince, so he was obviously even more terrifying. Even the divine general Kun Tian could only swallow his grievances when he encountered him. People like him were rare throughout history. In his era, only the young ancient king could put up a fight against Yi Fan at the same level of cultivation. The others probably could not. This was no longer their primordial era, but it was this young man's great era. The divine general Kuan Tian died. When he took his last breath, the violet flames of his soul stared fixedly at Yi Fan, wanting to see through everything about him. In the end, all he did was sigh. This era belonged to this person. This was the era where this godlike young expert reigned supreme. It was time for old people like them to pass away. They could not rival him. Everyone was shocked. Yi Fan had beaten up the divine general Kuan Tian without a speck of blood on his clothes. His bearing was unparalleled as he stood there. His gaze was like lightning, his aura devouring the mountains and rivers as he gazed down on the surroundings. Kundan, ah! The sun-moon divine general roared out as his long hair danced in the wind. He seemed very young, not even 20 years old. He was imposing, but his eyes were filled with the marks of time. He was tempted to charge over immediately. He was blocked by the big-bearded quasi-emperor from the Dao Palace, so he could not come over. Yi Fan stood under the starry sky, unfazed. His expression was cold as if there was nothing that could shake his heart. Not even the people who had once followed the undying heavenly emperor. The light in his eyes swirled as he scanned the surroundings. The battle was particularly intense. The heaven region in the distance was thrown into chaos. Countless experts were fighting, and there were countless races. They were all large clans in the universe, and they had all been swept up by the great storm this time. The dull sound of the drum did not stop. It was like the roar of the celestial emperor. It was deafening, and everyone's chi and blood were surging. On top of the phoenix nest, the undying heaven empress stood proudly. Her figure was slender, and her beauty was beyond compare. Her light hair danced in the wind, and her jade-white face was cold and indifferent. There was an indescribable charm to her. She was truly a peerless beauty. She was striking the drum. It was unknown what kind of material the Sky Emperor drum was made of, but it was a pure gold color. Each time it was struck, there would be dazzling light that would fly out like ripples. In the end, it enlarged, becoming a forbidden sea that shook the cosmos. This type of drum was very special. It made the undying heavenly emperor's troops' blood boil and their potential erupt. Their strength increased explosively, and they possessed astonishing battle prowess. At the same time, the drumming could suppress the enemy, greatly affecting the experts of the Celestial Court, the Holy Ji Palace, and God's organization. However, this situation was not unbreakable. The old god blew the bugle horn and advanced step by step. Under the protection of the white-haired sword god, the woodcutter old man, and a large number of experts, they approached the phoenix nest. It was unknown what kind of creature this bugle horn came from. It was dim and lusterless, and it gave off a forceful and domineering feeling of desolation. It depicted a grand ancient world, where gods coexisted, and there were countless races. The atmosphere of savagery was overwhelming. The venerable emperor's war bugle horn could counteract the drumming, and it could also increase the battle prowess of his own people. These were two types of heaven-defying imperial treasures. They were both secret artifacts, just like the great Emperor Wu Shi's investiture of the gods. They were priceless, and their divine might was boundless. Fight, kill all these people. Abide by the oath, protect the glory of the undying heavenly emperor, and kill them all. Kill all the traitors of the undying heavenly emperor's bloodline. For the venerable emperor, for the ancient heaven, for the glory of the past, fight to the death. Shouts of war shook the heavens. Sword chi tore through the skies, and every beam of cold light shattered several stars. Resplendent light blossomed as an endless army charged forth. Blood flew into the air and heads tumbled down. Life after life bloomed as the fierce battle continued. It was unknown just how many powerhouses from the various races of the universe had rushed over to participate in the battle. The scene was spectacular and terrifying. Master, we're here. In the distance, someone shouted. This was a new batch of troops. A young powerhouse shone with boundless golden light, and he exuded blood energy as he charged forth. The people of the Phoenix Nest bloodlines surged forth like waves of wheat. Many people fell down, never to crawl back up again. Xianxia appeared. He was unharmed and hadn't suffered any serious injuries. Yi Tong and Komatsu also appeared. It was the two of them who had found Xianxia and brought him over. These three people were all quasi-emperor. This result caused all the various powers to be unable to remain calm. A single clan had several quasi-emperor. This was simply a miracle. Yi Fan's three disciples had all reached this boundary. How could others still live? Just the thought of it was terrifying. Everyone understood why the Undying Heaven Empress was so anxious to act against these people. If they didn't strangle them now, how could they resist in the future? Yi Fan and his disciples were all astonishing talents. Each one of them possessed astonishing potential and ability. If this continued, they would become the great enemies of all the powers in the universe. Sure enough, as soon as these three people appeared, they were like a mountain torrent. They swept over and crushed all the powerhouses without any resistance. Boom! With a violent tremble, a figure shrouded in a gloomy black fog appeared. He leapt up from the phoenix nest and charged towards Yi Fan's three disciples. After his aura erupted, the entire universe began to emit cracking sounds as if it was actually collapsing. Netherworld Demon God. Someone cried out in alarm. It was actually the third ranked of the 8 generals, the Netherworld Demon God. It was reported that of the 8 generals who had followed the Undying Heaven Emperor, 4 of them had already passed away in meditation in the long river of time, unable to survive. In addition, it was unknown whether the first general was dead or alive. The Netherworld Demon God was the strongest of the 3 generals that had appeared so far. If you want to kill the younger generation, you'll have to pass through me first. An old man with a mouth full of yellow teeth appeared. This time, he was no longer wretched. His aura was like a rainbow as he looked down on the world, blocking the Netherworld Demon God's path. It had to be said that the Netherworld Demon God was too powerful. Black fog spread out, covering the sky and submerging this part of the universe. No one could step forward to help. Everyone retreated. This part of the star field was shaking and collapsing from time to time. The yellow-toothed old man's situation was very bad. He had just started fighting and he was already bleeding. It wasn't that he wasn't strong, but that his opponent was too strong. He hurriedly gathered his thoughts and fought to the death. The Netherworld Demon God's appearance intimidated many people and also stabilized their minds. The remnants of the Celestial Court won't amount to anything. The Undying Heaven Empress beat the war drum as she said coldly. Her arrogance caused the old god to feel suffocated, which turned into an even more terrifying bugle call. If the Undying Heaven Emperor hadn't used the celestial bell to strike the venerable emperor, how could this have happened? Perhaps the Celestial Court had entered the immortal realm and created a legend of longevity. But now, the Celestial Court had collapsed and there was no legend left. As for the Undying Heaven Empress, she had left behind an eternal reputation and was viewed as an existence that surpassed divinity. How could the descendants of the Celestial Court give up? The ripples from the bugle call violently collided with the blazing golden light of the Celestial Emperor drum, affecting the battle situation. The powerhouses of this place disregarded their own lives and rushed forward. At this time, the old woodcutter pulled out the broken hatchet on his back. A heaven-shaking aura erupted and a white saber light rushed out from the simple blade, shocking the universe. He took a step forward, wanting to attack the Undying Heaven Empress and win more initiative for the old god so that the venerable emperor's bugle call could be heard throughout the starry skies. At this moment, everyone held their breath. The peak experts were about to fight. Those who had achieved Dao represented the greatest combat strength at present. Who could fight? Bang! Suddenly, corpse energy overflowed into the sky. A colossus walked out from the darkness and arrived next to the phoenix nest. A large green claw stretched out and collided with the saber light, causing a sonorous sound. The people of the underworld had arrived and they had directly sent out a giant. The master of Yamahal? The old woodcutter revealed a grave expression. The world was gloomy and gloomy fog filled the air, causing everyone to feel a chill. The people of the underworld had arrived and it was enough to change the situation. This creature's strength was too terrifying, causing all the heroes of the world to feel fear. "Oh, substitute master of Yamahal. You're still far from being master." The giant of Yamahal corrected him. He was not a supreme being yet, so he indeed could not be addressed like that. What was even more terrifying was that in the distance, the gloomy fog surged and thunder exploded. A terrifying shadow appeared and the endless army of the underworld had arrived. The leaders were all extremely powerful. There were war slaves that had gained sentience from the corpse of the quasi-emperor, as well as those who were awake. As soon as they appeared, Yi Fan's side suffered heavy casualties. The big-bearded quasi-emperor, who was fighting with the Sun and Moon divine generals, suffered an attack from a terrifying Yin spirit. 2 experts surrounded him, causing him to suffer heavy injuries and almost die. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood. The army of the underworld was very fast. As soon as they appeared, they created a powerful pressure. Their destructive power was frighteningly shocking. On the other side, the yellow-toothed old man was also roaring angrily. He and the netherworld demon god's blood had already splashed the starry sky, and at this time, another powerful war slave rushed over. The army of the underworld almost caused their side to collapse. These people were too powerful. The underworld had sent out their most elite experts. Some of them were the corpses of the quasi-emperor that they had nurtured for who knew how many tens of thousands of years. Blood splashed high into the air. A group of heavenly soldiers and generals suffered a calamity. The underworld had immediately launched a great massacre. It was swift and fierce, causing people to be unable to react. It caused all the experts on all sides to tremble. At the same time, there was more than one corpse leading the charge. They transformed into a sharp knife that stabbed in. Who could stop them? The big-bearded old man, the yellow-toothed old man, Xianxia, and the others were all injured. It was too fierce. Yi Fan flew into a rage. He immediately took action and fiercely killed his way forward. Boom! In the distance, a blurry figure appeared and pressed down with a palm. The surging Yin soldiers immediately dimmed. 40% of them died, and the star domain collapsed. Gu Jiao appeared. He obeyed Komatsu's summons. With a powerful attack, he blocked this army and killed a large number of experts. As expected of the only one who can stop the path of myriad azure. The Yamahal giant who was facing off against the woodcutter said. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. So many powerful Yin spirits had died, and it made him feel incomparably pained. Boom! Another palm strike. This was Yi Fan's peerless attack. It instantly shattered 3 of the ancient corpses of the quasi-emperor. Flesh and blood filled the sky, and black blood splashed everywhere. It was a shocking scene. Human cleansing scripture. Yi Fan roared. He ordered another batch of celestial court troops to take the stage. They sat cross-legged in the void and began to chant scriptures. Their voices resounded through the starry sky. Gu Jiao immediately retreated from the battlefield to protect Komatsu and the others. The vast chanting of scriptures caused the entire universe to tremble. Runes filled the sky, and the Yin soldiers roared. They were facing the most terrifying attack. The Yamahal master's expression changed. He said sinisterly, "It seems like I really can't let you guys live." He stared at Yi Fan, and a ruthless light shot out from his green pupils. Yi Fan sneered. He beckoned him over and said, "If you don't accept it, come over and I'll kill you." Chapter 17:11. This was a type of provocation, and even more so a type of contempt. This was a challenge from a younger generation that was who knew how many generations away. The smile on the face of the underworld giant's face didn't diminish. He walked over from the distance, but his killing intent was a bit heavier. Black Yin mist pervaded the air, and the entire cosmos was trembling. A large green claw tore apart the mist, and its true appearance was gradually revealed. Its sinister and terrifying appearance left everyone horrified. The Yen Luo Hall Master was 100 feet tall. His entire body was green in color and covered with a layer of fine scales that glowed with a cold light. He had the torso of a human and a huge head. Even his face was densely covered with fine green scales. He had long blood-red hair, and between his hair were 8 huge horns. From his temples to his skull and to the back of his head, they were all covered with huge horns. He looked ferocious and terrifying. Behind him was an enormous tail that was also 10 zhang long. The green scales were cold, and it was shaped like a crocodile's tail. Its legs were like those of an elephant, heavy and powerful, making the void rumble with every step it took. As for its hands, they were a pair of green dragon claws. What kind of creature was this? Everyone was shocked. They had never seen something like this before. It was strange and terrifying, even more frightening than the so-called desolate beasts and ferocious races. This is the true bloodline of the underworld. The woodcutter elder was moved, and he couldn't help but sigh. Many people were at a loss, and only a few understood what he meant. When they heard this, they all couldn't help but tremble. They couldn't help but take steps back, unable to help but feel fear. The creature that was born from the extreme Yin corpse C isn't a corpse, nor is it a spiritual ancient skeleton, but a true living creature. Someone said. When these words reached this point, all of the experts understood. They all shivered, knowing its origins. They had heard of this legend before, and there wasn't a single person whose expression didn't change. This was an innate Yin spirit, not formed from a corpse, but born naturally. It was even more terrifying. It didn't fear lightning, nor did it fear heavenly tribulation. Normal methods of exterminating corpses were ineffective against this creature, and the most important thing was that it had terrifying growth potential. It was a natural underworld lord. The number of natural Yin spirits that had appeared since ancient times could be counted, and every single one of them became an unrivaled existence. They were heaven-defying monsters, and it was difficult to destroy them with holy force. This type of evil spirit was born from endless corpses, and only the underworld could have such a massive mountain of corpses and sea of bones. Only with the accumulation of billions of corpses could a single innate Yin spirit be born. The King Yenluo of the present age. This hall master actually had such a background. After everyone understood this, there wasn't a single person who didn't feel their blood run cold. This sort of thing in itself represented reincarnation, and could directly send a person to the afterlife, to the end of their life. Ha! He laughed coldly as he strode forward. 2 beams of strange light shot out from his eyes. Wherever the dark light swept across, large numbers of celestial soldiers and generals were reduced to withered bones, their flesh, blood, and energy completely vanishing. Boom! Yi Fan punched out, and at the same time, 2 beams of divine light shot out from his heaven's origin immortal eye, exploding with brilliance that made the sun, moon, and stars lose their color. It had to be said that the power of his eyes could be said to be heaven-defying. He had created it on his own in this era, and it was unprecedented. It was extremely destructive against the Yin soldiers of the underworld. The leader of the Yama Palace was able to withstand it, but the sea of ghost soldiers and generals behind him were collapsing in droves. One by one, their skeletons exploded under the holy power. Let me deal with it. The woodcutter stepped forward and blocked Yi Fan's path. This Yama was too terrifying. As an innate Yin god and at the peak of the Quasi-Emperor 9th heavenly layer, who could suppress him? Even if he fought with his life on the line, if he didn't have a trump card, he might also fall. With a clang, the firewood knife's chi shot up to the heavens, like a river of stars flowing in reverse. This place was covered in a vast expanse of whiteness, and the cold, killing intent shook the vast starry sky. The woodcutter had made his move against the current Yama. Everything that exists is an illusion, only death is the true representation. The Yama Palace master spoke softly, calm and steady. His hands slowly moved, and the heaven and earth split apart. Mountains of corpses and seas of bones appeared, surrounding the cosmos. Although the woodcutter's knife was strong, it had fused into this world of death and was dissolved. The dusky Yin Chi was like bone dust flying in the air, and it was as sinister as a knife scraping at the bones. One after another, the skeletons stood up and devoured the knife's energy and essence to strengthen themselves. Then they walked forward. This was a kingdom of death. In the cosmos, every star was formed from skulls. The aura of death was thick, and the desolate land of death was filled with cold, killing intent. This strange world had trapped a peerless expert. The woodcutter revealed a solemn expression, and his eyes flickered. It was as if thousands of years had passed in an instant. His woodcutter slowly pushed forward, and on the edge of the blade, a world was being created. Primordial deities rushed out from the new universe and wreaked havoc in this world of death. Roar! The roar shook the sea of dried bones. When the blade reached its peak, it split the heavens and earth, evolving into the sun, moon, and stars, and recreating a brand new universe. The woodcutter used this life force to fight against Yama's kingdom of death. This was a great confrontation between the extreme laws. Both worlds collapsed, and the stars exploded. A great collapse occurred here, and the two were flung out. The starry river turned into dust, and the countless skulls and stars shattered. In the end, only the two were left standing. Reincarnate. Yama Palace Lord's voice was calm, but it was very cold. His eyes were empty, and then suddenly, two gray beams of light shot out. They emitted an incomparably dense aura of death, continuously stripping away the life force of this part of the starry sky. In the distance, some people with slightly weaker cultivations directly turned into withered bones. Their flesh and blood shriveled up, turning them into dried corpses. The gray beams of death formed a door. That was a reincarnation land, and it wanted to suck the woodcutter inside, turning him into the ashes of history and ending his life. Dong, dong. The woodcutter brandished his blade, and every time it descended, there would be a thunderous sound. Dense yang energy spread out, engraving runes one after another in the void, protecting and suppressing this part of the void. Bang! The reincarnation door exploded, but it couldn't swallow the woodcutter inside. However, the two people in the battle were still heavily injured. They staggered backwards, their bodies drenched in blood. The struggle between two peerless experts shook the cosmos. On the other side, Yi Fan didn't stay idle. He launched a fatal attack, sweeping in all directions without holding anything back. His attack power was world-shaking. The Heaven Source immortal pupil swept across, and all the Yin spirits exploded, turning them into fine powder. Yi Fan's eyes were like two burning torches, and in this cold cosmos, it was exceptionally shocking and eye-catching. And at this time, the troops of the celestial court were chanting the human salvation scripture. At this time, the effects were evident. Runes filled the sky, suppressing the black tide-like Yin army, making it difficult for them to display their ruthless, destructive power. Yi Fan killed a powerful war slave, a pioneer on the path of the quasi-emperor. He was shocked to death by the myriad chi cauldron, and turned into a white bone imprint, sinking into the cauldron's wall. This battle made him feel the terror of the underworld. He almost suffered light injuries, and there was more than one such war slave. With millions of years of accumulation, the underworld definitely didn't lack the remains of the quasi-emperor. They were buried in the Yin tomb and nurtured for hundreds of thousands of years. Once they were reconstructed, they could reproduce their matchless divine might. Over there, the yellow-toothed old man called out, signaling for Yi Fan to reinforce the other side of the battlefield. The bearded quasi-emperor was covered in blood. When he clashed with the divine general of the sun and moon, he had been ambushed by the war slaves of the underworld, so he was rather heavily injured. He was clearly unable to hold on for much longer. The divine general of the sun and moon saw Yi Fan approach him, and his eyes immediately widened. His aura erupted, and his blood rumbled like the ocean. A great sun appeared above his head, and a heavenly moon revolved behind him. He seemed like a god or demon. Yi Fan replaced the bearded man and used a secret technique from the immortal scripture of sun to fend off the opponent's divine fist of the sun. It was truly a head-on clash. Golden lightning danced about, expanding into the surroundings with this place as the center. Those who were not at this level would have retreated a long time ago, or they would not be able to fend it off. Crackle, crackle. The stars were struck by the golden lightning and all exploded, like flowers blooming in the netherworld. They shone brilliantly for a moment before directly dimming again, extinguished forever. You killed Kuan Tian. How cruel is the outcome? The divine general of the sun and moon said sorrowfully. Cruel? Don't you find it childish to say something like that in a battle of life and death? Yi Fan looked at him calmly. I'm not saying you're cruel. It's just too cruel to him. He didn't die at the hands of the invincible divine general at the peak of the 9th heavenly layer in ancient heaven, but he was killed by a descendant of the 6th heavenly layer. The outcome is unbearable. The divine general of the sun and moon smiled miserably. He didn't die for nothing. You'll see whether dying to my hands was worth it or not. Yi Fan's entire body shone as he unleashed his full potential. He walked towards the divine general of the sun, and tremendous blood qi alarmed the various realms. All sorts of phenomena appeared, wrapping around him as he shone with immortal light. He was like a celestial emperor descending to the mortal world. If we were at our peak, if we were in the primordial era, how would you fight us? The divine general of the sun and moon roared as his body swelled up. He was filled with far too much reluctance. He could not unleash his full battle prowess in the past, so he felt very helpless. If I were born in the primordial era, you wouldn't exist. If we were at the same realm of cultivation, there would be no need for us to fight at all. Yi Fan's reply was very cold and very merciless, directly ripping apart the divine general of the sun and moon's final bit of conceit. In reality, the divine general of the sun and moon himself knew that the young man before him was just too powerful. If they really fought at the same level of cultivation, they were destined to become corpses on his path as emperor. He had seen two people like that before. It was a tragedy to be born in the same era as them. No one could stand up to them. However, he really struggled to accept this reality. The former apatheicized gods of the primordial era, the 8 generals who commanded the world, who had intimidated the entire primordial era and left behind a great name in history, were they going to meet their end like this? They had once been invincible and glorious, and the entire world prostrated beneath their feet. They were the greatest heroes of their era. But now, they were about to meet their end. Their pride and dignity were written in the annals of history, shining through the ages. They had never thought that there would be a day like this, that a young expert from the later generations would end all of their glory, causing them to dejectedly leave this world, ending everyone. Kill! The divine general of the sun and moon erupted. The blood in his entire body burned, and his spirit rose sharply. His forehead cracked. He didn't care about the price. Even if he died immediately after the battle, he wanted to fight in glory and not die in humiliation. The result was already decided. There was no suspense. In that strange scene, an immortal king sat cross-legged. The golden taboo sea was boiling, and a powerful figure stood there, tearing the divine general of the sun and moon into 2 halves. Blood splashed everywhere. That figure walked while bathed in blood, like a supreme demon lord. Everything I have is in the primordial era. I shouldn't have come to this world. The divine general of the sun and moon was willing to die in the primordial era. He would rather be killed by the divine generals of the ancient heaven than be killed by a rising youth of the later generation. Chapter 1712. All the heroes were astonished. The 8 divine generals were legendary figures they had heard of since childhood. They were the invigilators who had followed the undying heavenly emperor in ancient times. Now, 2 of them had died in the blink of an eye, and they had all been killed by the same person. How could they not be shocked? Yi Fan walked over. His entire body was covered in blood. That was the divine general's blood. When it landed on his body, even his hair was splashed. It gave him a demonic temperament. The golden divine sea surged violently under his feet. He stood there proudly and looked down on all directions. Many people were so shocked that they couldn't speak. You killed my 8 divine generals. Remember, your blood will not be shed in vain. There will be people who will come to kill you in the future. An iron guard on top of the phoenix nest cried and shouted. These were all experts who had survived since ancient times. However, war was just this cruel. There was no such thing as blood oaths here, only cruel reality. Yi Fan pointed out with a finger. A streak of divine light flew out. With a pu sound, that person exploded, turning into a pile of broken bones and a bloody mist. After a short period of silence, The undying heaven empress' clear and cold voice reverberated. The Sky Sovereign is immortal. He will know of your efforts. Sooner or later he will return and take revenge for you. He will give you glory. For glory and immortality, go and kill all your enemies. Dong, dong, the concentrated sound of the war drums caused people's blood to boil. The calm battlefield once again shook with shouts of killing. All the major battalions risked their lives and charged forward with all their might. Boom! The old woodcutter and Yama Lord's battle had reached its climax. They had long since left the battlefield and were engaged in a peak confrontation. No one could approach them. Both of them were covered in blood and had suffered heavy injuries. However, their fighting spirit was high and they did not retreat. Extreme laws and secret techniques burst forth, turning this place into a land of annihilation. Boom! Suddenly, extreme divine might erupted. Everyone's faces turned pale as if they had returned to that night 300 years ago. The appearance of the Emperor's laws, the dark and chaotic era. The impression was difficult to erase. That was a confrontation between Emperor weapons. A green lotus appeared in the woodcutter's hand, and a black nether spear appeared in Yama Lord's hand. Death energy surged like the sea. No one had thought that the two would use extreme weapons. Who could approach them in a battle like this? Kill! In the distance, countless Yin soldiers could be seen. An army had arrived to reinforce them. Meanwhile, there were even more experts within the Phoenix Nest. They rushed out like a sea, pouncing forward to kill. The Holy Ji Palace, God's organization, and the Celestial Court suffered heavy losses. The enemy's army was like the sea, more powerful than they had imagined. The only fortunate thing was that Yi Tong, Komatsu, Shan Huang, Yang Shi, and the others were all at the Quasi-Emperor realm. Their strength was formidable, and they were able to quickly stabilize the situation and launch a counterattack. Yi Fan and Gu Xnao charged into the ocean of troops, causing this place to collapse. Anyone who stood in their way was swept away. Woo-woo! Di Zun's bugle horn sounded as the white-haired sword god charged forward, slashing the experts of the Phoenix Nest one by one. The old god himself was also moving closer to the Phoenix Nest. The undying heaven empress expression was solemn. She struck the war drum and took the initiative to step forward. She wanted to fight to the death with the old god. The atmosphere in this place immediately became many times tenser. Puff, puff, the white-haired sword god was too powerful. He could kill one person with a single sword strike. The iron guards that were rushing over from the Phoenix Nest were smashed into pieces. The Phoenix Nest trembled. It was actually a huge formation that swallowed the white-haired sword god and temporarily trapped him. The undying heaven empress and the old god faced each other. Both of their faces were filled with coldness. Between the two, one of them had to fall and fight to the death. Amidst the Yin soldiers and the Phoenix Nest sea of troops, Yi Fan killed his way in and out. His body was covered in blood, and no one could stop him. He was like a celestial emperor descending to the mortal realm. Golden light spanned millions and millions of miles as he walked through the great army. No one could stop him. A path constructed of blood and bones appeared under his feet. Without a sound, a lame horse appeared. It was carrying a white-haired old man who was staring at the Phoenix Nest in a daze. On the other side, a youth wearing beast-skin clothes appeared at the same time. His eyes were clear and bright as he said, "I've lived until now just to wait for you. As expected, you're still in this world." First Divine General. An iron guard on the Phoenix Nest shouted. He was so excited that he was trembling as he stared at the white-haired old man on the sickly horse. As for the undying heaven empress, her body trembled and she suddenly turned around. When she saw that the heroic genius of the past had already aged, she couldn't help but feel a lump in her throat. Back then, the youth on the white horse was invincible in the world with a single spear. How high-spirited he was. Time had actually made him like this. The youth carried a hard bow on his back and a stone staff in his hand. He said, "Back then, I was chased miserably by your heavenly celestial dynasty. I was the only one left in the celestial court. How could I defy the heavens? Now, the tables have turned. Your situation isn't too good. Your brothers are also being killed one by one. They aren't my brothers, the first divine general said expressionlessly with his white hair draped over his shoulders. Oh, that's right. You're different from them. You don't have any friendship with them. You're only doing this for that woman. Huh, why don't I help you get rid of her? One death is all. You'll no longer have any worries. From now on, you can focus on the emperor-breaking path. How about it? The youth laughed. You can try. The first divine general's eyes were frightening and incomparably resplendent. How boring. The youth shook his head and said, after living for so long, I finally can't seal myself anymore. I've always been thinking of a glorious battle. If you still don't show up, I'm going to destroy a forbidden zone of life. Everyone was shocked upon hearing this. Who was this person? He was too arrogant. It's the first divine general of the ancient heaven. I can't believe he's still alive in this world. The old god's lips were trembling. He was so excited and happy that his eyes were brimming with tears. The crowd was in an uproar. Some people knew the youth's background and were all shaken. Back then, he really was an existence who dared to break into the forbidden zone of life to kill people. Because there were too many legends about him. That old bastard emperor of the underworld is one of the scourges that caused the collapse of the ancient heaven. He doesn't have much time left. I almost went to the underworld to settle things with him. But now that you've come out, it seems like I can't seal myself anymore. The youth laughed self-mockingly and said, it's so cruel for people like us to end like this. It can be considered a different way to achieve the Tao, just like that Saint Physique. It is indeed a pity to end like this. The first divine general said softly. He was a bit sentimental, a bit disappointed and frustrated. The youth carried the stone rod and casually swung it around. He was extremely relaxed as he said, you also feel that it is a pity? Then let's carry out a different type of decisive battle. How are we going to fight? The first divine general asked. One person will charge into a forbidden zone of life and unleash a massacre. Let's see if we can kill one or two supreme beings. The youth laughed unbridledly. He was extremely radiant and heroic as he said, when they achieved the Tao, it was their fortune that they didn't encounter us. However, we also have to let them know that there were two people like this. If they were in this world, they wouldn't have a chance. The first divine general sighed. He was born 9,000 years later than the undying heavenly emperor. When he rose up, the other party had already achieved the Tao. He didn't have a chance no matter what. Then what are we waiting for? Let's fight our own battles. The true unrivaled heroes are only people like us. The youth laughed in a carefree manner. The underworld emperor is mine. Don't fight with me over him. That old thing has lived for too long. It's time for him to die. Then he turned around and looked at Yi Fan. You have the bearing of my youth. Your fighting prowess isn't bad. I won't fight with you guys in this world. This era belongs to you guys. Ah. The first divine general suddenly laughed loudly. However, it was somewhat desolate as he said, who would have thought that there would be a day when we could talk like this instead of fighting to the death? That's because you and I are the same kind of people. We were born on opposite sides. However, the current era is different. The youth picked up the stone rod and said, let's go. I can't wait to kill that bastard underworld emperor. This youth had this kind of demeanor, this kind of brilliance, and this kind of unrestrained boldness. It made people sigh in admiration. How carefree and powerful was he? He said he was going to kill the supreme beings of the ancient times, yet he said it so casually. This was truly an unrivaled hero. Everyone was shaken. Many people's blood began to boil. The first divine general finally shook his head and said, I can't leave, at least not now. I can't watch her die. In his eyes, there was a graceful figure that made his expression very complicated. Looking at the undying heaven empress on the phoenix nest, he wasn't willing to leave. She's just a daughter. It's been so long, yet you still can't let go. The youth shouted. How can you let go of the obsession in your heart? If it had been completely severed, you would already be an emperor. However, you still can't let go of it. You blame yourself and sigh over the collapse of the celestial court. When you guys are destroyed and the underworld collapses, I can let go of it. But now, Your ending is already decided because you met me. After this matter is over, I will go to the underworld and kill the underworld emperor. Then I can achieve the Tao and live for another 2 lives. The youth said sonorously. In the distance, the undying heaven empress on the phoenix nest stopped beating the drum. She looked at the first divine general's aged appearance in a daze. Her face was already full of tears. The youth who used to ride a white horse and a silver robe was now so old. Even his celestial horse was lame and had entered its twilight years. Such an unrivaled hero of the past had actually reached this day. The youth raised his head and shouted towards the phoenix nest, "That woman, he has sacrificed a lot for you. Do you want to see him die in regret? If you think for him, you should die immediately. Let him let go of everything and achieve the Tao. Don't be too selfish. Does that so? If I die, you can achieve the Tao?" The undying heaven empress' beautiful face was filled with sparkling tears. She said with a trembling voice, "If possible, I will help you achieve the Tao." The first divine general shook his head and said, "Don't listen to her nonsense. You're so sentimental. I will help you achieve the Tao. Then we will go to the forbidden area to kill people. Otherwise, you will be far inferior to me in your current state." The youth made his move and slapped towards the phoenix nest. Everyone was shocked. What kind of expert was he? He was so confident that he could slap the undying heaven empress to death with one palm. Chung. A dazzling silver dagger axe was raised horizontally, blocking the youth's path. The first divine general took action and met his attack head-on. The imperial Tao laws spread and everyone prostrated. They couldn't bear it and couldn't help but kowtow. The only fortunate thing was that the laws were controlled within a certain range. Otherwise, everyone would have died. "Woman, you ruined his previous life. In this life, he also had the chance to transcend and kill supreme beings in the forbidden area. However, he encountered you and was ruined again." The youth sneered. "If I am a burden, I am willing to die immediately." The undying heaven empress shed tears. She no longer looked like a female expert, but rather a weak little girl who didn't know what to do. When she thought of the past, her heart was in great pain. The first divine general shouted, "Foolish! You have been struck by his heavenly note immortal curse. He is forcing you to die. Whether you live or die is fine. It has already been engraved in my heart." When the undying heaven empress heard this, her heart was in even greater pain. She didn't leave or abandon him. The white horse silver-robed youth always guarded her side, never leaving. Clear tears tumbled down her face. She couldn't say a single word, only sobbing with sorrow. "Truly boring. You are pedantic to this extent. No wonder you can't achieve the Tao. Let's go, I can make them leave her life and not kill her. For people like us to end up with mutual destruction, it truly is a tragedy of the world. People like us should at least kill a supreme being and bury a forbidden area with them. Life was born in the wrong era, unable to act independently. Death naturally has to be chosen by oneself. Die in extreme glory. Your distinguished self has sent down a divine decree. This time, we naturally won't kill the heavenly empress," said the old deity. "This universe is too filthy. It is meaningless to you and me. Let's go choose a graveyard." The youth roared with laughter and displayed a great divine ability. This place immediately collapsed and forcefully shifted the battlefield. He and the first divine general disappeared. Everyone was stupefied. Did they really slaughter their way into the life-forbidden area? They were truly unmatched heroes. Chapter 17:13. It had been a long time since those two left. This battlefield was still quiet. The appearance of these two stunning figures made heaven and earth lose their brilliance. They were truly heroic. "I live, I laugh, I am free and unrestrained, I am angry, I am angry, I am supreme. When I came to this world alive, I couldn't make my own choices. When I die, it is up to me, not up to the heavens. I am going to die in extreme glory." They were going to the life-restricted region. They laughed loudly, not caring about the road ahead. Their faces were just that brilliant, this unrestrained and carefree. They were going to kill supreme beings. Everyone was stupefied, unable to say anything. How could there be these types of people? They were going to rush into the life-restricted region. It was better than taking a leisurely stroll in a courtyard, laughing crazily, carrying a metal spear on their back, fighting just like that. There wasn't any grand display, no world-shaking power, it was just that simple. At the end of fate, the brilliant fiery light erupted with a brilliance that illuminated all of cultivation history. It was unknown where it came from, but a wave of powerful fluctuations transmitted over. It was as if raging waves were beating against the shore, as if rocks were piercing through the sky, startling the entire cosmos. Space-time fragments flew over. In a daze, everyone saw that lame horse transform into a dragon. All of its injuries were gone, its entire body snow-white, without a single strand of mixed hair, becoming an unmatched heavenly horse. Meanwhile, a silver-robed youth on top of it held a shining spear in his hands, pointing it towards the 9 heavens. He was in high spirits, domineering beyond compare. On the phoenix nest, undying Heaven Empress stood there, her body on the verge of collapse. Her face was covered in tears, silently sliding down. That blurry scene, even though it only appeared for a moment, she saw it clearly. That was the past number 1 divine general, his style exceptional, unmatched. He fought with his spear alone, tearing apart the 9 heavens. However, she knew that after today, she would never see that person again. That silver-robed youth on the white horse, an unmatched heavenly talent, stepped onto the peak of his own extreme Tao, but he would never return, thus disappearing from this world. Ha! In a daze, everyone heard that youth's clear and bright laughter again. Then he entered underworld Earth, wishing to kill ancient supreme beings. The stone rod moved through the heavens, his domineering aura matchless. That instant of radiance illuminated eternity. After who knew how much time had passed, the people of this place were still in silence. A miserable scream rang out. Behind Yi Fan, the void shattered. A spiritual battle corpse that had just poked half of its body out was smashed into pieces by a scorpion's tail swing without even turning its head. Even the law of the Great Path and the fragments of its weapon were sent flying in all directions. This was a quasi-emperor battle corpse. It attacked but was dealt with by him. If you want to kill me, then do it openly. These are useless. Even if you all come at me together, it won't be enough. Yi Fan laughed coldly. He broke the silence, walking forward step by step. He wasn't that fast, but there was a powerful pressure that made the sky dome tremble. Boom, boom. In the end, every time Yi Fan took a step, a large part of the starry sky would collapse, and the army of Yin soldiers in front of him would suffer unimaginable damage. Even with the corpse of the quasi-emperor leading the army, it was not enough. Yi Fan didn't hold anything back. All the blood in his body was boiling, and the light from his skull shot into the sky. He was glowing from head to toe like a god from ancient times, emitting an unimaginably terrifying aura. This was a kind of invincible might. A person's power covered the entire sky dome. For the Yin soldiers, this kind of intense power was fatal, and they were all burning up. Rebirth! Yamahal Master shouted. A gray Yin chi flew over, and the 6 paths of reincarnation flashed together. It flew towards Yi Fan, wanting to devour him and send him to the underworld Earth to die. Yamahal Master was a little anxious. The youth from the ancient heaven was too terrifying. He wanted to go back and send a message to prevent the sleeping emperor of the underworld from having an accident. But how could he let him do as he wished? Yi Fan himself didn't even move. A green lotus had already flown over, shattering the ancient void and shattering the 6 paths of reincarnation gate. The gray mist scattered. The woodcutter took action. He had Qing Emperor's weapon, so he naturally wouldn't sit and watch as the Yamahal Master bathed this place in blood. His mission was to restrain and kill him. Kill, the era of the ancient heaven has long passed. Protect our God, fight for him and kill all of them. For the glory of the past, for the dignity of the ancient heaven, wash away the shame, kill the remnants of the undying heavenly emperor. Battle cries shook the heavens, and the battle spread far and wide. Every part of the starry sky was boiling, and experts were like trees in a forest, killing everywhere. Laws fell like rain, falling continuously. Even great sages would be quickly submerged in this kind of battle. The legends of the strong would be easily shattered in this kind of magnificent battle. Because there were no weaklings among the heroes. They came from various supreme races. Everyone was a great sage. Only the quasi-emperor could stand alone in this world. Yi Tong's entire body blossomed with the divine light of the sun, and she fought a great battle with the Imperial Guard commander who rushed out of the phoenix nest. It was a female quasi-emperor with a terrifying cultivation. Komatsu and Gu Shinao also took action together, killing the experts of the underworld. Those ancient corpses all had astonishing origins, and from time to time, people would cry out in alarm, recognizing them as the peerless clan masters of a certain generation. Yang Shi, Shan Huang, and the others also attacked in the Sea of People, slaughtering in all directions, fighting the heroes of the ancient races. The universe was really too big. This time, the general drums of the Heavenly Sovereign and the war bugle call of the Sovereign Martial Emperor had really affected a lot of people. It was unknown how many races had been alarmed, including many quasi-emperors who had crossed over. How many years had it been since there had been such a large-scale battle like this? This was definitely the most bitter battle after the darkness turmoil. Human lives were cheaper than grass, and experts fell in large numbers. Blood dyed the heaven and earth red, and this was a scene of doomsday. Everyone went crazy. The undying Heaven Empress wiped away her tears, and her expression became very cold. She continuously beat the drum, and the oppressive drum sound was like the roar of an ancient beast from the immortal world, intimidating everyone's soul. This kind of drum sound affected people's will and made them go crazy. The descendants of the 8 tribes and all the other followers went berserk, almost to the point of insanity. They charged forward without fear of death, and many people's blood was boiling. Heaven Empress, are you still not going to retreat? Even if I promise not to kill you, there are still others. If you continue to be so obstinate, it will be too late for regrets, shouted the old god. In this world, everything is empty. If I don't reach the peak, then let the entire world be buried with me. The undying Heaven Empress had gone crazy. There were tears and malevolence on her face, and her elegant and moving face was filled with complex emotions. It was impossible for that white horse youth to return alive. Her heart was filled with endless pain, and rather than that, she might as well shatter the universe. With the Heaven Empress strength, you still can't do that, right? Said the old god without any trace of politeness. Can't do it? I will let all of you understand that this world is going to tremble and shatter, shouted the undying Heaven Empress. Boom! What responded to her was the rumbling of a bugle horn. The old god ascended the phoenix nest and fought fiercely with her. The Heavenly Emperor's general summoning drum and Prime Emperor's bugle horn collided, emitting strands of immortal light. The sound was shocking, and it tore apart the universe. The two fought fiercely. Immortal sounds rose in all directions, and divine winds surged. It was as if 2 ancient emperors had reappeared and were fighting in this world. The Heavenly Emperor's secret weapon against the Prime Emperor's magical weapon was like a tit against an awl. It was like a battle between ancient emperors. They were both great characters whose names had shaken the ages. Since ancient times, how many people could be compared to them? The general summoning drum that the Heavenly Emperor painstakingly refined is only SOS. Even a targeted blood sacrifice couldn't suppress the Prime Emperor's bugle horn. I heard that the Prime Emperor's bugle horn is a true dragon horn. It doesn't look like much, but it actually can't break open the Heavenly Emperor's bugle horn. How disappointing! As the undying Heaven Empress and the old god fought, the guards of both sides were also fighting to the death. Not only were they fighting, but their mouths were also not idle. They were destroying each other's fighting spirit and making their minds unsteady. Bang! No one could stop Yi Fan from going out. The old god was fighting against the Heavenly Empress, and the woodcutter old man was fighting against the Yama Lord. Right now, he was the only supreme powerhouse that was free. He slaughtered in all directions as if he had entered an unstoppable realm. Brat, come here. You're full of vigor. Take my place and let this old man rest for a while. The old man with a mouth full of yellow teeth shouted. There was a terrifying palm print on his back, and his clothes were tattered. He was ambushed by a battle corpse, and he was almost sucked into the Yama Lord's gate of reincarnation. He had long since been injured, and fighting against the netherworld demonic god was a bit strenuous. "Alright, I'll go." Yi Fan rushed forward and took the old man's place. As a result, as soon as the old man left the battlefield, he was full of vigor again. It was as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He leapt high into the air and pounced towards the phoenix nest. His eyes shone with a thieving light as he said, "I'm coming." This wretched look immediately made Yi Fan lose his temper. This guy was obviously aiming for the treasures in the phoenix nest. His current excitement allowed him to fight another 10 battles in a row without a problem. The netherworld demonic god was truly powerful. Even though he was no longer as grand as he was in the past, Yi Fan still felt a huge pressure, as if he was facing a desolate beast from the time when the heavens were opened. In reality, the netherworld demonic god was truly a desolate beast. The power of his race's bloodline was powerful. Even though he had transformed into a human, the huge figure behind him was still like a mountain. It could transform into a physical body at any time and pounce over. "Heaven's pride of the 6th layer, let me see just how extraordinary you are." The netherworld demonic god roared and rushed over like a dark cloud. His blood energy was like the sea, and his body was like a devil. A green lamp lit up the universe, and the laws spread along with the light. He did not look down on Yi Fan, because he knew that although his cultivation level was high, his body's condition was not good, and he could not display all of his strength. Boom! The green lamp shone, and there was a little person sitting cross-legged in the wick. He opened his mouth and swallowed all the laws and immortal light that Yi Fan had shaken out, transforming them into his own essence energy. The wick's flame blazed and erupted. This kind of flame was very special. It was surrounded by a large expanse of mist that covered the sky and covered the earth. It could corrode one's essence energy and primordial spirit, and it could even disintegrate the physical body. It was rumored that this was the power of destruction from the time when the heavens were opened. Yi Fan's palm struck out. Originally, it could shatter the sky, but it was disintegrated by this extremely soft and power. His heart immediately jumped. Kill! This was not a battle that could end in a short period of time. It would be a bitter battle. In reality, this also proved all of this. The netherworld demonic god became more and more courageous as he killed. There was a wave of medicinal power in his body. Clearly, it was the medicinal power of the 9 Revolutions immortal pill that was taking effect, and his condition was developing in a good direction. The person who was praised by the number 1 divine general of the ancient heaven, "You are very strong, but don't ever give me a chance. Otherwise, killing geniuses and covering the sky with one hand is my style." The netherworld demonic god's body was covered in blood as he spoke coldly. "I won't give you a chance. Your era has come to an end, and everything will become a thing of the past. This era belongs to the next generation." Yi Fan said calmly. After thousands of attacks of life and death, flowers of blood appeared on Yi Fan's body. At this moment, he had already seen through all of the other party's battle skills and triggered the divine restriction. Boom! The Celestial Emperor's fist was unparalleled in this world. Blazing golden light sprinkled down. Yi Fan was like a great emperor on a journey. He smashed the green lamp in front of him with a fist, and at the same time, the netherworld demonic god's body also exploded and blood spilled in the cosmos. Everyone felt a chill. Yi Fan was too powerful. He killed 3 divine generals in succession, and they were all supreme experts who had followed the undying heavenly emperor in the past. Almost all of these people who had lived to this era had died in his hands. No matter how great an expert was, they were nothing in front of the passage of time. In the end, they would only be left with specks of blood. Boom! Suddenly, in the depths of the starry sky, a terrifying aura filled the air, shaking the world of mortals. The direction of the underworld. Yi Fan suddenly raised his head. The fluctuations there were intense, and space-time fragments flew out, rushing in all directions. A youth could vaguely be seen. He whistled through the heaven and earth, and the sky-bending bow was about to shoot down a supreme being. Chapter 1714. Those were the fragments of time that scattered across the cosmos. The true scene couldn't be seen, only some fragmented scenes. Clearly, that part of the cosmos had been smashed to pieces. The young man's eyes were bright and spirited. He was incomparably focused. The pitch-black bow was drawn. There were no feathers. He summoned a heavenly river and condensed it into a cosmos divine arrow. It contained his essence energy that could split the heavens and earth. In the distance, an ancient figure walked out from the broken underworld earth. He was clad in black armor. His entire body was pitch black, and the armor even covered his face and eyes. Only black light flowed about. Even though they were separated by who knew how many galaxies, the aura of death still made people tremble. It was as if they were looking at a dead immortal. This was a terrifying supreme being. Before he became the underworld emperor, his corpse's past life was an emperor-level character. His accomplishments were incomparable. At this moment he stepped out from the underworld earth like an immortal demon that could destroy the world. The young man was fearless. His face was even more brilliant. He towered under the starry sky, his black hair flying about. Unfortunately, people could only see this scene. The other scenes turned into fragments of time and flew everywhere, never to be seen again. Everyone knew that the young man had taken action against the underworld emperor. The unrivaled general of the ancient heaven was a heaven-defying existence. He didn't really kill his way into the life-forbidden region of the legendary era. He wanted to kill an emperor and fight to the death. In the depths of the cosmos, the sound of a world shattering could be heard. Terrifying laws pervaded the air. Everyone trembled, but in the end, they couldn't go and watch the battle. Kill! After a short moment of absent-mindedness, everyone returned to reality. The decisive battle unfolded. This was a blood-stained picture scroll. The great battle continued. Yi Fan killed the third divine general. There was no one else beside him. Not a single expert dared to approach. This was the unrivaled style of killing. Everywhere he passed, everyone would retreat. On the battlefield, Yi Tong, Komatsu, Yang Shi, Shan Huang, and the big-bearded man could almost stabilize the situation. Now, only the decisive battle in the Phoenix Nest and the battle between the woodcutter old man and the Yama King remained. Yi Fan didn't care anymore. At this time, he no longer held back. The great Dao precious bottle above his head rose and fell. The heaven-devouring evil jar appeared, emitting an undying radiance. What, a monarch weapon? On this battlefield, everyone was trembling. Another emperor artifact appeared, moreover the most famous one, the heaven-devouring demonic jar that shook endless generations. How could they not feel fear? There were too many legends about this supreme artifact. It was rumored that as long as there was enough divine force and it was activated and refined to a certain degree, great monarch Vicious would reappear in this world and control the cycle of life and death. He would be invincible. It was because this was refined from her body, buried within her first life body. There were also primordial spirit laws and soul left behind after the transformation. In this world, the most mysterious great emperor was none other than her. Even to this day, no one knew if she was dead or alive, because there had always been a legend regarding her longevity. No one knew how many eras she had lived. Moreover, this demonic jar hadn't been broken even in the darkness chaos 300 years ago. It had fought a bloody battle against a supreme being, but it still didn't break. From this, one could see just how terrifying its demonic nature was. As a divine body, Yi Fan's most powerful aspect was his blood energy. His essence energy surged like a vast ocean, shaking the endless starry skies. It was as if a supreme emperor had come into being. His entire body was shining. He used all of his strength to activate the heaven-devouring demonic jar and slaughtered in all directions. No one could stop him, wiping out a large portion of the Yin army and Phoenix Nest troops. Wherever he went, there were only bones and blood. There wasn't a single person left. This was the path of a great emperor, an unrivaled Dao. He wouldn't be able to find another opponent. Then he took action against the Phoenix Nest. Heaven-overflowing blood energy wrapped around the heaven-devouring demonic jar as he smashed it against the enormous ancient nest, using all of his strength. Yi Fan was already at the 6th heavenly layer of the Quasi-Emperor realm. His blood surged, and he used his ocean-like essence energy to refine the Emperor artifact. Reviving the heaven-devouring demonic jar naturally wasn't an issue. Hong long long. The heavens were trembling, the stars were trembling, and the entire world was collapsing. The extreme divine might erupted, and endless auspicious colors surged. Everyone retreated. Those who stood in the way could only die. Under the pressure of the extreme Tao, the great sage could only explode and turn into a bloody pulp. He couldn't even take a single blow. Wherever the heaven-devouring demonic jar went, there was no longer a single opponent. The phoenix nest disintegrated. Undying Heaven Empress, who was standing on top, had a trace of blood seeping out of her mouth. Her ice-cold gaze looked over, but she couldn't stop anything. The great battle with the old god had reached its climax. Yi Fan used the heaven-devouring demonic jar to break open this undying nest made of phoenix wood. It was a magical artifact in itself, and there were many densely packed runes carved on it. However, at this moment, it couldn't hold on any longer. There were even imperial runes left behind by the undying Heaven Emperor, but the heaven-devouring demonic jar possessed a terrifying devouring power. It directly swallowed the power of those runes. The trapped white-haired sword god rushed out, and the yellow-toothed old man turned into a beam of light. They roamed about the fragmented phoenix nest and plundered wantonly. "You guys are forcing me!" Undying Heaven Empress screamed. Her beautiful face seemed very sinister. "I'm not forcing you, but I'm going to kill you," Yi Fan said coldly. These days, as long as he closed his eyes, his mind would be restless. The scenes of the future would always appear in his mind. The 10,000 years of loneliness, the 10,000 years of indifference, the 10,000 years of desolation. It made him feel so much pain that he wanted to die. That corner of the future made him unable to calm down and close his eyes. Pang Bo, Li Heishui, and the others had all died in battle. Yi Tong and Komatsu had been smashed to pieces by the undying Heaven Empress and the powerhouses of the underworld. Their blood splashed across the starry river. It was incomparably tragic. Ji Ziyue turned into blood and was buried in the ruins. Little Violet was so young and immature that she couldn't escape this calamity. What he saw was blood. When he closed his eyes, it was all he could see. He couldn't sleep at night, and every moment was spent in anxiety. This was the reason why Yi Fan didn't care about the price and did his best to start this battle. Passively waiting for disaster to descend wasn't his choice. He wanted to change everything and kill the undying Heaven Empress first. Boom! Yi Fan activated the heaven-devouring demon jar and dealt heavy blows to the undying Heaven Empress. Even his primordial spirit was about to burn. The undying Heaven Empress and the old god fought. Both wielded terrifying immortal treasures left behind by the ancient emperor. They were originally evenly matched, but now the balance was broken. She was heavily injured and coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. Yi Fan's mind trembled, and he pulled back at the right time because he sensed that something was wrong on the other side of the battlefield. The woodcutter and the Yamahal master were both burning their divine blood and fighting with their lives on the line. Clearly, the Yamahal master had a bad premonition and knew that the situation was hopeless. He wanted to break out of the encirclement, and the woodcutter was doing his best to stop him. Kill! Yi Fan took a step forward, and his understanding of this profound meaning had long reached the pinnacle of perfection. Time and space froze. He approached and activated the demon jar to smash down. Rumble! This was a great battle. The black spear in the Yamahal master's hand was like the sea of death as it met the heaven-devouring demon jar. With a clang, sparks flew in all directions, as brilliant as the heavenly river flowing backwards. Junior, you have cultivated for hundreds of years, and you still dare to bully me? The Yamahal master's expression was sinister. The giant horns on his head flowed with demonic light, and his green claws were terrifying. He stood there with his spear in hand, looking majestic without being angry. This is no longer your era. It's time to end. Everything belongs to our generation. Yi Fan said mercilessly as he attacked again. With a rumble, the divine restriction was activated, and his battle prowess rose rapidly. The demon jar on his head opened, and endless immortal light gushed out, blasting towards the Yama Hall Master. He stood at the 6th layer of heaven of the quasi-emperor, and wanted to fight against someone who also wielded an emperor weapon. Naturally, he was at an absolute disadvantage, but he had activated the divine restriction and instantly closed the distance. He could fight. 2 beams of green light shot out from the Yama Hall Master's eyes. To be able to cultivate to this level, he was naturally the most terrifying person. He could also activate the divine restriction, but he couldn't do as he pleased. This made him feel great anxiety. He had to get rid of Yi Fan, or else he would definitely become the most terrifying enemy of the underworld in the future. Vaguely, the Yama Hall Master seemed to have seen the rise of a great emperor. He had to stop this change and cut off Yi Fan's path forward. Rumble! The emperor weapons collided, and the woodcutter also attacked. "I'll stop that spear of death. You go and stop him," the woodcutter said. Yi Fan nodded, and the 2 of them attacked separately. The Yama Hall Master roared and tore through the void, but he was smashed out by the Green Emperor Lotus and the heaven-devouring demon jar. The woodcutter used all his techniques and placed the Green Lotus on the Nether Death Spear, locking it in place so that it couldn't break free. The Yama Hall Master was terrified. The woodcutter didn't attack him and was only responsible for restraining his weapon. Meanwhile, Yi Fan held the heaven-devouring demon jar and erupted with the Supreme Emperor's might, crushing forward. "I want you to understand that the gap between us can't be bridged, not even divine restrictions. I will achieve the Tao, and my comprehension of the Emperor realm is not something that divine restrictions can touch," the Yama Hall Master shouted, not letting go of the Nether Death Spear. While confronting the woodcutter old man, he also tried his best to attack Yi Fan. The black spear burst forth with strands of light, shooting forward. "It's useless to say anything. Your era is over. We will rise in this era, and swear to flatten the underworld," Yi Fan roared. The demonic lid flew up, and the jar's mouth rushed forward, aiming at the Yama Hall Master. It fiercely attacked, and millions of rays of light submerged that place. Clang! The Nether Death Spear and the Green Emperor Lotus trembled, resisting the divine might. This place was in chaos. Still not enough. The Yama Hall Master retorted. Even though he couldn't pull back the Nether Death Spear, he could still borrow the power of his own laws to resist the 2 of them. Under his desperate struggle, he erupted with extraordinary strength. Still not enough? Then let's fight again. Yi Fan roared. He stood in the divine forbidden domain, connecting heaven and earth. His battle prowess was boundless, suppressing the surrounding star domains until they collapsed. Everyone was overwhelmed with shock, and they all fled. This battlefield was cleared out. Yi Fan used the all-character secret art. His entire body surged with battle intent, and his battle prowess soared to the peak of his life. He had never reached such a level before. Now, the all-character secret art could only be used in the divine forbidden domain. It increased the quality of one's body in all aspects. Regardless of whether it was battle prowess, speed, or primordial spirit, they all directly rose to 10 times. This was a heaven-defying secret art. Even though it was difficult to use and had too many restrictions, once one reached this realm, once it was used, the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers would lose their color, and heaven and earth would collapse. Great Emperor? Everyone was shaken as they felt the aura of an emperor. There was a barrier in the Great Emperor's domain, blocking all attacks from those below and restricting all kinds of methods to break in. However, at this moment, everyone seemed to feel some kind of aura. The heaven-devouring evil jar flew up and fell down, directly causing the Yama Hall Master to let go. He threw away the Nether Death Spear, and the 3 Emperor weapons flew out at the same time. Yi Fan looked down on the world, his thick black hair fluttering in the wind. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but want to kneel down. There was a faintly discernible imperial might. Perhaps he wouldn't be any weaker than the number 1 divine general of ancient heaven, right? Yi Fan took action, fighting in close combat against the Yama Hall Master. This was a great battle without weapons. Kill! Boom! Every punch saw blood, and every punch entered flesh. This was a great battle that ordinary people couldn't imagine. Yi Fan fought against the Yama Hall Master. He was at the peak of his life, standing at the absolute peak of life. The power he displayed was unparalleled. The Yama Hall Master roared. His whole body was covered in blood. Even though he resisted, even though he was unparalleled and domineering, even though his battle strength was heaven-defying, he was still shattered by Yi Fan's celestial emperor fist. Only his primordial spirit escaped, turning into a ray of green light that tore through space and time. The heaven-devouring evil jar flew up, and strands of celestial light directly sucked him in. The demonic lid closed, and with a clang, everything returned to silence. The Yama Hall Master's corpse lay on the ground. His huge body was split into pieces and exploded in the starry sky, forming a path of blood and bones that extended to the feet of Yi Fan. Everyone knew that no one in this era could stop Yi Fan's imperial path. A great emperor was about to rise in this era. Chapter 1715. The Yama Temple Master was dead, killed by Yi Fan and turned into a pile of blood and bones. His corpse lay at Yi Fan's feet. Anyone would be horrified by this result. A person who was about to achieve Tao had died just like that. How could they not be shocked? As a powerhouse of the underworld, he controlled the fates of the world. He was an innate god, but he couldn't control his own life and death and had stepped into reincarnation. This part of the universe was deathly silent. The people of the underworld and the Phoenix Nest felt a chill run down their spines. Yi Fan already had such world-shocking combat strength. If he was given more time, who would be able to stop him in the future? Was the legend that a saint body couldn't become a monarch going to be broken? Just thinking about it made one's scalp tingle. Woo! The nether death spear trembled and pierced through the void, disappearing from this place. Yi Fan and the woodcutter didn't stop it. They couldn't destroy it. Keeping it by their side would require a monarch weapon to suppress it. Sooner or later, it would be a disaster. The Yama Temple Master was dead, and the underworld army had collapsed. Yi Tong, Komatsu, Gu Jiao, Yang Shi, Big Beard, Shan Huang, and the others had utterly defeated them. How could the nether soldiers and war slaves stop them? Their morale had been destroyed. In the distance, the undying Heaven Empress and the old god were fighting. Her face was full of anger. She couldn't accept this result, but if this continued, it wouldn't change the result. Suddenly, a small Tao platform flew out from the top of her head. It was simple and holy, emitting an ancient aura. It quickly enlarged. What is this thing? Everyone was stunned. Immortal Phoenix Platform. The old god's expression changed. The people of God's organization were all palpitating. They were descendants of the ancient heaven and had naturally heard of the rumors. They were extremely nervous and even a little afraid. Heavenly Emperor, show yourself. I know you're still in this world. Didn't you take action when that person suppressed me in the Purple Mountain? The undying Heaven Empress said calmly. Then she chanted an incantation. Ancient runes flew out one after another and branded themselves in the void. Then they poured into the simple Tao platform. The divine platform started enlarging and stopped when it was 30 meters wide. It floated in the universe without any luster. There were only spots of blood on the platform, emitting the aura of the great Tao. This is the ancient Phoenix stage where the immortal heavenly emperor comprehended the Tao. It was a divine item that represented the magic and Tao of the paramount god of the past. He had spent most of his life sitting cross-legged on it, and as such, it held extraordinary significance. All the heroes felt their blood run cold. The undying Heaven Empress expression was so solemn that it was as if she was talking to an ancient sovereign on the Tao platform, as if there really was a person there. Vaguely, everyone seemed to see an illusory figure sitting cross-legged on the Phoenix Tao platform, not moving at all. This left everyone horrified. The Sky Emperor was still alive, and could he reappear in this world? This was unbelievable. Heavenly Emperor, are you still not coming out? I'm about to die, how can you bear to do this? Undying Heaven Empress shouted. When these words were spoken, it caused everyone's hair to stand on end. No wonder the undying Heaven Empress said that she could bury the entire universe with her. If the most terrifying, undying heavenly emperor was still alive, he could really do it. However, the Phoenix stage still didn't show any reaction, to the extent where that indistinct void figure also disappeared, no longer appearing, only imperial down natural laws swirling about. Sky Emperor, why don't you come out? When Wuxia suppressed us in Mount Purple, didn't you take action? Are you really so heartless today? The undying Heaven Empress faintly said. These words shocked everyone. What happened back then? Great Emperor Wuxia entered Mount Purple, suppressed the undying Heaven Empress, and even drew out the Heavenly Emperor? This was simply earth-shattering. Everyone's ears rang with wung-wung sounds, not daring to believe her words. The Heavenly Emperor had lived until the Desolate Era and had once fought with Great Emperor Wuxia. This was simply like a legend, surpassing everyone's understanding. And such a world-shaking battle hadn't spread to the world, so the whole world didn't know about it. That must have been the most terrifying battle. This was Great Emperor Wuxia, the most powerful Great Emperor since ancient times. He had suppressed the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and there was no one he couldn't deal with. He was invincible throughout his life, intimidating even the forbidden regions into silence. Even the powerful underworld, which had existed for tens of thousands of years, could only keep a low profile when facing Great Emperor Wuxia. They sealed themselves in their immortal treasures, not daring to resist. As for the undying Heavenly Emperor, there was no need to even mention him. No one would have thought that Great Emperor Wuxia still had such a glorious battle, clashing with the highest Heavenly Emperor of the ancient times. Whether he lived or died, whether he won or lost, everyone wanted to know. This is too terrifying. Even now, Great Emperor Wuxia's experiences cannot be known by the world. Everyone sighed. However, on that Tao platform, the indistinct figure completely disappeared. Even the natural laws were restrained, and nothing could be seen. The undying Heavenly Emperor didn't appear. Heavenly Emperor, you are so ruthless. The undying Heaven Empress sighed. She felt so unresigned. Even her most powerful trump card was useless. She couldn't use it, and this made her sink into despair. The Heavenly Emperor was emotionless and wholeheartedly pursued the Tao. There was nothing in this world that could restrict him, and the 8 divine generals had all heard of him. At this moment, they couldn't help but feel a chill. Could it be that you lost against Wuxia? Impossible, I know you are still alive, still in this world. When these words were spoken, everyone trembled even more. Even their souls were throbbing. What kind of heaven-shocking news was this? The undying Heavenly Emperor was still alive. At this moment, there was no sound. Great waves surged in everyone's hearts, and they couldn't calm down. What kind of great world was this? Long live the supreme undying deity. The Heavenly Emperor is immortal, and his long life can be seen. In this era, we are willing to abide by the oath and fight to the death for our emperor. Suddenly, the 8 divine generals and many powerful great clans all shouted loudly. Their voices were like landslides and tsunamis. They were full of confidence, and their blood vessels surged. They were greatly encouraged. The faces of everyone from God's organization turned pale. This was the most terrifying result. The venerable emperor was no longer here, so who could suppress the undying Heavenly Emperor? That person was considered the most terrifying since ancient times. Apart from the unmatched venerable emperors, how many people could fight against him? Especially in this era, if the undying Heavenly Emperor returned, then it would announce that ancient heaven was completely finished. Even if there were descendants, they couldn't defy the heavens. Do you think she's alive just because she said she's alive? She's long dead. The old deity spoke. Meanwhile, Yi Fan and the woodcutter elder were even more unmoved. They pressed forward. Who cared if the Heavenly Emperor was alive or not? They were going to kill the Heavenly Empress and not give her a way out. Heavenly Emperor, are you still not going to appear? I don't believe you're dead. Could it be that Wuxia is really that terrifying? You two have been confronting each other all this time, unable to separate yourselves? The undying Heaven Empress shouted. Her beautiful hair flew about. She was unwilling and didn't want things to end like this. Unfortunately, the Heavenly Phoenix stage was extremely calm. Nothing appeared. Pa, She slapped out with her palm, heavily striking the heavenly phoenix stage. However, it didn't shatter. At this moment, her situation was worrying. Yi Fan and the woodcutter elder walked over with emperor weapons in hand. They were going to encircle and annihilate her, sealing off all of her paths of retreat. The result could be imagined. There was no suspense at all. In the depths of the cosmos, resplendent radiance suddenly erupted. Space-time fragments flew about chaotically. Fragmented scenes appeared one after another. A youth with a white horse and silver robes had an exceptional bearing. He was currently engaged in the most glorious battle of his life. He wanted to slaughter an emperor and cut down a supreme being. If he succeeded, it would naturally shake the heavens of all ages. After the undying Heaven Empress saw this, her expression became even more sorrowful. Tears slid down her face as she said with a trembling voice, "Ning Fei." She called out the first divine general's name. In the distance, that figure disappeared. That was only a space-time fragment and not a real person. "Goodbye, Ning Fei. I've missed out on the archaic era. Being able to meet you again in this world already leaves me with no regrets. If we can meet again in the next life, I'm willing to turn into a flower and bloom at your side." The undying Heaven Empress cried out in grief. Then she laughed loudly. Sparkling and translucent tears rolled down her cheeks as she released heaven overflowing killing intent. The war drum in her hand seemed like it was about to shatter. Strands of blood flowed out from the space between her brows. Then, it turned into a sparkling and glistening little phoenix. Its entire body was bright red. It spread its wings and soared into the sky, emitting a terrifying aura. Everyone's expressions froze as they sensed the aura of an ancient supreme being. During this process, the undying Heaven Empress removed a silver hairpin from her head. It was actually a small silver dagger axe. She placed it in the void and softly said, "Goodbye, we'll meet again in the next life." However, the small silver dagger axe actually exploded, burning into a resplendent radiance. It tore through the cosmos and rushed into the distance. This shocked everyone. Even the undying Heaven Empress herself was dumbfounded. A silver path spread out from the depths of the cosmos to this place. A white celestial horse trod on the heavenly path, causing a hurricane to sweep through the cosmos and shatter many stars. The first divine general appeared. He was just like in the past, looking down on the world. The silver dagger axe in his hand cut through the 9 heavens. He was dressed in a silver robe and looked otherworldly. He spurred his horse over and stood above the gods as if he was about to ascend to immortality. He attacked with the heavenly dagger axe in his hand and tore through the encirclement, sending the old god flying. With a dang sound, he collided with the Azure Emperor's weapon. The celestial horse was like a dragon as he entered the battlefield. Even the 2 supreme experts couldn't stop him for even a single step. At this moment, he was like a deity descending to the mortal world. He was matchless and unparalleled. His white horse and silver robe swept through the world with no opponent. The undying Heaven Empress' tears fell like rain. At this final moment, only this person had come to save her. This caused her to silently weep. She thought of the ancient past. It was filled with too much bitterness and regret. The first divine general Ning Fei brought the undying Heaven Empress onto the back of his horse and was about to charge out with her. The old god moved with the venerable emperor's horn. The woodcutter frowned and said, "I can't stop him. He has already died in battle. This is only his undying obsession. He insists on bringing away the person he is protecting. If his wish isn't fulfilled, he won't leave until he dies." Ning Fei. The undying Heaven Empress cried out in fear when she heard this. She used her hand to touch the silver-robed youth's face. Her crystalline fingers were trembling and her entire body was trembling. "You're dead, and you'll never return. You can't protect me by my side. I hate you. Ning Fei, come back to life." The undying Heaven Empress cried out mournfully. Her beautiful face was filled with despair and her heart was filled with endless sorrow and sorrow. The silver-robed youth didn't say anything. His entire body was burning with silver radiance. The celestial horse he was sitting on was also the same. One man and one mount were as pure and holy as a deity. They wanted to bring that woman away. Ning Fei, I don't want you to die. As long as you come back to life, I'm willing to let go of everything and leave with you. The undying Heaven Empress cried out in fear. Unfortunately, that was only the obsession of an undying divine soul. Although it still looked as peerless as before, there was no longer any response. The undying Heaven Empress' flawless countenance gradually turned malevolent. Her hatred overflowed to the heavens. She couldn't accept this result and was filled with sorrow and sorrow. The heaven-devouring jar above Yi Fan's head bobbed up and down. He walked forward step by step. Although he had seen a tragedy and this tragic ending made his heart sink, he wouldn't stop. He wanted to keep the undying Heaven Empress.